Session meeting of the City Council on Monday, January 23rd, 2023. I now call the meeting to order at 5:35. Madam Clerk, if you'd take a roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona. Here. Mayor Infante.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, if you'd lead us in the pledge, please.
Yes, please. Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Are there any public communications on this closed session? No? Okay. And we have nothing on Zoom. Very good. In that case, let's recess, please, to the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, the matter is the City of Solvang petition to change water right permit 15878, application A02 2423.
Please. All right. At this point in time, I would ask that there's an announcement of the closed session actions, please, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Subdivision D1 on a petition to change water right permit 15878, application number A022423. There was no reportable action.
With that, we will close the closed session at 6:17. We will resume at 6:30. I got a few more people coming in. Good evening. Welcome, everyone, to the regular meeting of the City Council on Monday, January 23rd of 2023. I would like to now call the meeting to order at 6:30. Madam Clerk, if you'd take roll, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Infante.
Here. Okay. Would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please, Ms. Arona?
Please stand, face the flag. I pledge allegiance.
Thank you. Okay, we have no proclamations. Presentations, we don't have any of those this evening. So at this point in time, public communications, Madam Clerk, if you would introduce that for us, please.
The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and on consent. Time limit is 3 minutes. We will start with in-person public comments first.
Thank you. I would like to start with Miss Julie Glendenning.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm Julie Glendenning. I am a resident of Solvang, and I would just like to express my extreme disappointment in the last council meeting. One applicant decided to fill the room with speakers and initiate a letter-writing campaign, which is absolutely his prerogative. My disappointment is how that was perceived by the council members. I would like the council members to consider weighing the comments that come in from between the residents and the Solvang businesses more heavily than the speakers from outside of the city. Their comments are welcome as information only, but should not be considered when voting on a specific item. When the argument is made to vote on a particular applicant, in this case, because it was what public wants, and that was a big thing, is what the public wants. It needs to be the voting public. Those are the people that you represent here. People from the Sandy Ynez, Buellton, or the unincorporated areas of the county's opinion should not be factored into an actual decision. Their information should be for information only. Another item that I would like to bring up is transparency. Everybody talks about it. It's been a big part of all the election, but it just seems to be a word. During the wonderful debate prior to the recent election, each member was asked about their campaign contributions. Everyone answered except for one person who said it was public record and you can look it up yourself, which I did. I'd like to have it read into the record that both Mr. Brown and Mr. Clark received the maximum allowable contribution, which is $2,000, from Mr. Ed St. George, a local developer. I hope if any projects of Mr. George come before the council, that the members that receive money will recuse themselves. They may not be required to legally, but I hope that they will do this as a way of being fully transparent and honorable. I'd also like to know if the $2,000 contribution that Mr. Clark got from Cole Cervantes, Santa Barbara CPA, has any connection or ties to Mr. St. George, just in a way of being transparent. So thank you very much. I appreciate your giving me the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mary Beth Lee.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I am Mary Beth Lee, a longtime Solvang resident and property owner. I grew up here, and I'm a voter from District 4. I would like to express my extreme disapproval and disappointment on how the appointment of Mr. Clark was handled at the last meeting. Mayor, when the council reached an impasse, you refused to reopen the topic to public comments, but you took public comments via your phone, via text message. It was after these interesting texts that you changed your vote. In changing your vote, you made your one vote count more than the 353 votes cast not only for Ms. Arono, but against Mr. Clark. Mr. Mayor, you should have let it go to a special election. Ultimately, it may have yielded the same results, but it would have been a vote that represented the vote of the people. The voters in District 4 had the opportunity to send Mr. Clark back to the council. The majority of us chose not to. We voted for the person who went door to door and made those personal connections, not the person with the most signs or the biggest signs. Personally, I could never vote for someone who has shown such lack of empathy for those who struggle. I do believe our tax dollars and city funds should go to supporting programs and organizations that help the poor, like People Helping People. There are many reasons that the voters voted against Mr. Clark, but one stands out. Mr. Clark took the maximum allowed donation from the developer, whose projects we have opposed in the past. It is within his legal rights to do so. But Mr. Clark and Mr. Brown, who took the same donation, should consider themselves on notice that any time anything comes up from this developer or his associates, voters like myself will be here to remind the citizens of their connection to this developer. And we will be calling on you to recuse yourselves because we feel you have a conflict of interest and we cannot trust that you will be unbiased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that's Lonnie Flanagan? Lori Flanagan, maybe? Did I get that right? Lori, my apologies.
Lori Flanagan. I find it hard to believe that a candidate who was not reelected to the council. Oh, I'm sorry. I find it hard to believe that a candidate who was not reelected to the council can be given a seat on the council. It makes the people of this city feel like they don't really matter. So why vote? If the voters felt this person was the best choice, they would have voted for this person. To me, it is unacceptable that the voters should have the right to vote so that they would have the right to fill that vacant seat.
Thank you, ma'am. Sharon Price?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sharon Price. I live in the Solvang in the 4th District. My family has 2 businesses in the valley, one in Solvang, the King Frederick Motel, and one in Buellton, Pea Soup Anderson Inn. I am here tonight to express my complete dismay at your vote for putting Councilman Clark back on the city council. As a member of the 4th District, we voted not to re-elect Councilman Clark. There was a reason he did not get re-elected. And when you had your chance to vote on the vacated seat, you had an excellent, excuse me, councilman appointee in Jack Williams, but you voted to go ahead and switch your vote. At that time, you should have voted for a special election because the voters of Solvang, the citizens of Solvang, had a right to vote on who the next council person was going to be. It was such an important decision, and it wasn't treated as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Charlene Challoner?
I'd just like to say that I'm in agreement with these people. I don't need to repeat what they've said.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Karen Waite?
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City Staff, Manager. Karen Waite, Solvang resident, former City Council member, long-term Valley resident. I am up here for a little bit of some more upbeat information. I wanted to make sure that you all, the residents and the leaders of the City of Solvang, can really give a big appreciation for an amazing talent and a very generous contributor to our community, David Crosby, who passed away. His contributions to the Valley were remarkable, and I just didn't want to let this go unnoticed or unmentioned to the city. And we as leaders of this Valley, we should recognize him. You all should recognize him. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Do we have anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on a non-agenda item? Anybody on Zoom that would like to speak on a non-agenda item? Okay, in that case, I'd like to move to the city manager's report, please. Mr. Vidro?
Okay. I talked to the recruiter for the city manager position today, and there are 14 candidates so far that have applied for the position. They're still doing outreach. The official closing is the end of the month, so January 31st. So that process is moving forward. And then a reminder, as I noted last meeting, our community services officer will be starting next week to work with the businesses locally to bring signage and things into compliance. And so they're going to be taking a soft approach for the first couple of months and then probably start some particularly warnings and things later on, maybe March 1st. So we'll move slowly into it, and then, but just I want the businesses to be aware that there'll be some eyes out on evenings and weekends watching the local signage issues and things like that in the downtown. So then that was based on the council's funding of 2 community services officers positions. So one of those has been filled. And then I wanted, on the future calendar, we have, depending on what you do tonight, the general plan housing element, we may be bringing that to you for submittal to the state at the February 13th meeting. We'll have a couple of notice of completion on one of our projects, potentially the fire code adoption, an amendment to our auditor, who will be giving a presentation tonight to add another year to his contract. We're going to bring you a EulaFest update from Cheryl, and then a discussion on our cannabis ordinance. And currently, it only allows for medicinal sales, but there's a discussion to potentially modify our ordinance to modify that. So you'll have a discussion before you to see if you want to give staff direction on moving to any changes on that ordinance. And that's my update for tonight.
Thank you. Council members, anybody have a question of the city manager's report? I would have one, if I might, Brad. We've got 14 candidates. How are we going to narrow that down? What is that process, please?
By the time it gets to you, it won't be 14.
Oh, good.
Yeah, those are 14 who've shown interest. They will vet them and bring them down to you with a shorter list that you may only end up interviewing 1 or 2 in the final outcome. But yeah, the process is just beginning. But I just wanted you to know there is some interest. And I'm glad.
Yeah.
But
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right. Next on the agenda is council comments and requests. Does anybody have a comment to make or request to make?
I have a request. Brad, I know that we are going to hear from Muni Services, I think, today for oversight on Measure U.
that's a consent item.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to add to the agenda or an upcoming agenda, maybe to accelerate the selection process for the Community Oversight Committee.
Yeah, we have that. I think Dave was going to work on setting up the committee. You know, that'll be, we did not put it in the future calendar, but yeah, that definitely needs to take place because our anticipation is to start in the second quarter, collection of that.
Thank you.
I'll make one quick comment. I was at the Solvang School this morning, reading a proclamation for the Great Kindness Challenge. Yeah, we passed. The kids cheered. This was really heartwarming. It was really quite cute. They had 2 different sessions for different age groups, and I read a proclamation that January 23rd to 27th of this year, the Great Kindness Challenge Week, where kindness matters in Solvang, California, and beyond, is in place. So I wanted to bring that up. Consent items. Ms. Clerk, if you'd read that to us, please.
Consent is designed for routine administrative city matters and is approved by roll call vote with one motion. These items are discussed only on request of council members. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak on consent items during the public communications portion of the agenda.
Is there anybody that wishes to pull anything off of the consent agenda? In
I have
that
a
case,
question.
Please.
Why are the minutes from the last meeting not on the consent?
I'd have to ask the city clerk.
Our minute clerk is having some medical issues, and so she's asked to stand down for a little while.
That's fine. I'm only curious. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, I would accept a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items on the agenda.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, if you would take us to the next agenda item, please.
Discussion and possible action to approve the fiscal year 22-24 city grant funding process timeline.
Staff report?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. Tonight, we ask for approval of the proposed timeline to open the application period from February 1st to March 31st for the grant funding process. We like to do it prior to the budget so we can plan for all the funding that will, when we take the applications, then we'll bring them to you for final approval.
Any questions of the staff report? Do we have, say one? Is that it? Yeah. This is, if I may, Susan Williams has a speaker card for this.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Susan Williams. I'm a 22-year Solvang resident. I have a few comments about the grant funding and special event grant applications. There's been a lot of discussion and some controversy about grant and special event funding in recent years. Not everyone feels the city should be funding grants. While our community members are generous and support many nonprofits and worthwhile organizations, that is often not enough. I feel the city should provide support and funding to organizations that benefit the citizens of Solvang, show a needed contribution to the community, and can provide financial information to substantiate the need for city funds. I do feel that there needs to be a limit to the contributions, that can't be open-ended. I have submitted grants in the past, and it used to be if the applications were not received on time, that the grant was not considered. Also, if a representative could not be at the designated city council meeting, the grant was given a lower priority. It isn't fair to the organizations who follow the procedure to allow others to disregard deadlines or speaking before the council. So I ask you, please adhere to the policy you will approve. For grant funding, I would like to see the following in addition to what is outlined in Attachment A. Policy Item C, which states prioritize funding for senior citizen services, veterans, and minors with disabilities. These are all important, but I would like this council to review this part of Item C to determine if these are the best priorities for Solvang or if the language could be more general. I would also like to see, under Item C, funding benefiting Solvang citizens added as a priority. You know, I'm a senior, and while I understand the need and appreciate the funding for senior services, I feel the youth of Solvang should also be a priority. Seniors comprise almost 30% of the population and receive 74% of the grant funding. Youths who are 18 and under comprise 19% of the population, yet only receive 4%. Under procedures, Item A, applicants are to provide the last 3 990s. I'd like to request that you also ask for financial statements from those organizations. I think the information a financial statement is, shows more credibility and shows more detail and will let you see how much those organizations depend on city funds. Okay, I guess I'm done.
Thank you very much, Susan. Anybody else wish to make a comment on this particular agenda item? Anybody on Zoom wish to make a comment on this agenda item? Doesn't look like it. We'll bring it back to the council then for comments. Anybody have a comment or a suggestion on this?
Well, I do have a question. I see that there are two separate applications for, say, human services and another one for special events. Have we always had that, or was that a recent one?
I believe we've always done that. haven't we?
I don't know that we broke, when I was here, we didn't break them out. You would give grant funding. The the second application is for someone to come in to get grant funding to hold a special event. And that, I don't think that you had specific funding for that in prior years. But this policy was developed, I think, last year. And so that's the difference. One is just grant funding, and one is grant funding to hold a special event, like a parade or an event in the park, something like that.
Okay. So my next question is, does that leave it then open-ended to anybody that wants to do a special event to apply for a special event grant, and then they don't have to adhere to the deadlines that we have for human services?
It's the same deadline.
Is the same deadline for both?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was part of the point, so you didn't get them all throughout the year. You're focusing the timeline right now. This is when you ask for grant funds, and we're not going to take them as the year progresses past that point.
Any other comments or questions?
I agree. I also highlighted those policies on item C, and those could be improved or better defined. It does say senior citizen services, veterans, and minors with disabilities. Those are all good, but they're also limited in scope, as was mentioned, and having youth or some other definition included, I think, would be appropriate.
I would have to ask, Brad, since it says prioritize, not limited
It
to.
doesn't limit them.
It doesn't limit, so I would assume that under this situation, where something came up for the kids, for instance, that we could absolutely fund that. That's a choice that the
But
city
if
council.
if you'd like, we could amend that line, and you guys could make that decision tonight, and we could change some of that wording, I'm assuming, just looking at the city attorney. We just brought this policy before you because it had been previously approved. We want to kick the process off, let all the people know that the requests need to come in. But you have the ability, if you wanted to add youth to that, we could easily do that, or some other language.
Would you like to add something? Or you're just going to, will you accept, prioritize, and allow us to pick up something else if it comes up?
I do like the idea of, asking for a financial statement as part of the procedure or part of the application process. Can we add that as a policy?
Yeah, historically, when I was here, we did that. You would have to show your finances for the last 2 or 3 years, so we easily could add that.
I've always recalled seeing that.
Yeah, I would go with that. I think that's a good
I
idea.
would agree too. We
Yeah.
want to be funding a specific program rather than, I don't know, CEO salaries or things like that.
You want to change that, David?
I would probably make the priority for Solvang citizen services. I don't know if I would, senior citizen services, we have, no, I don't have a better idea or comment for it, but as long as we're in agreement that it will include other services for youth and/or disadvantaged, I'm okay with that.
Do you want to put those words in there? Is that your suggestion?
Yes,
Okay.
I would like to put that in if it's possible.
Well, if we're going to, there's a couple changes I think I've heard people make up here. One is they change that to a couple other categories. And we're going to prioritize the Solvang citizens rather than other cities. And we wanted to add the requirement for 3 years of financials.
And add youth to the,
Financial statement.
Current financial statement? How would you want, you had said 3 years before, that's the way we used to do it.
We're at your beck and call, whatever you want.
There may be some entities that are newly formed that may not be able to meet that standard, but if they've got a year of financial reports, that may be adequate for the council. It really is up to the council. If you're looking for established nonprofits that have shown a demonstrated ability to continue the mission, 3 years might be appropriate. But if you don't want to limit it to something like that, then you could make a shorter period of time.
Maybe we can make it where it's a suggestion of requirements. Obviously, we can ask for financial statements for organizations that have been longer, but maybe organizations that are newer or just projects, you can ask for what their budget is and what they want the funds for, and that would be sufficient.
Well, the financial statement would give us a little bit more than that. But I like the idea of saying that 1 year is a minimum, 3 years is preferred, something of that nature.
Yeah.
Then you just made it 1 year.
As a minimum, yeah. Is that
But
acceptable?
if 3 years,
I'm
if
sorry.
3 years is preferred, then you just made the rule 1 year.
Yes. Is that okay, or do you want to change it?
No, that's fine.
I think if we have a requestee that's repeated, that we see every year, we're going to need to see multi-year, which would probably be the tendency anyway. So, but we don't want to prohibit new requests. So I would think making a 3-year financial might become a barrier.
Or 3 years with an exception for extenuating circumstances, or if it's a brand new
company.
nonprofit, then make an exception
You
for
could
that.
say
but
3 years if available.
I would go.
Obviously, if they've only
I would
been
go for
in
that.
existence for 1
Yeah,
year.
That
you
makes
don't-
sense. 3 years if available?
Yeah.
Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have those 3 changes, I believe?
I would like to, maybe we can do this later, but discuss a cap, how is the city doing financially? So this is how much we are committed to.
Cap, or is it just that we should consider every year what our budget is and what we
Yeah, so every
can
year
afford?
we look at the budget and then based on that, we say this is how much is available, right?
Right.
Right.
So it's a council decision on the amount of funding that we would make available for grants.
And then that's always going to be at your discretion. If there are some years where the city's not doing well financially, you may opt to not give any grants at all.
Right.
But that's going to be dependent on information that we don't currently have. And so once that information is available to the council, then the council can make that discretionary determination as to which grants and how much to fund.
Does that require that we bring this back with the additions to it one more time?
Not those that you've done.
Okay.
And staff's not going to, put this into the budget without your approval. So we're going to collect these requests and then formulate them to the city, the council as part of the budget process.
Right.
So you'll then get to decide how much you want to spend on allocate. So just because people submit, they're not getting funded. So it's ultimately the council's decision as part of the budget.
But I mean, the requirements, this document here is going to be available if anybody wants to propose.
Yeah, we can
or
make those
ask.
changes when we put it out for the February start. I mean, I don't think those were huge changes. that
Okay.
The applicants
That
would
was
say,
my
oh my
question.
gosh, now it's a new thing. But yeah, the financial will be the biggest thing, which is, I think most of them, if they're submitting the federal forms anyway, they're submitting some of their financial history.
Very good. In that case, I would ask for a motion to accept this procedure with the changes.
I'll make a motion to accept the procedure changes for grant funding with the changes we've just discussed.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Madam Clerk, if you'd read the next agenda item, please.
Discussion and possible action for city council appointments of members to the Design Review Committee, Planning Commission, and Tourism Advisory Committee for 2-year terms ending December 31st, 2024.
Do you have any questions? Do we have a staff report on this?
The city clerk did prepare one for you, but in essence, she listed what's required by the city code and listed
That's
all
it.
the applicants. So
Yeah, I'm
I don't know that
misinformed.
if she's got more to add. I think really we're just asking you guys to make your choices for your boards and commissions.
All right, before we get started, I'd like to make a couple of points, please. We have several applicants for each of the three, the commission and two committees. There are some minimum requirements, and it turns out that after review, one of the applicants for the Tourism Advisory Committee apparently lives in Santa Barbara, and according to our rules, is not eligible to be on the TAC. According to our procedures, each Tourism Advisory Committee member shall be a legal resident within the boundaries of one of the following zip codes at the time of the member's appointment during the member's tenure in office. Gives the 5 of them at Solvang, Buellton, San Ynez, and Los Alamos. So a Santa Barbara address would disqualify that particular applicant, unfortunately. Okay, so the process that we're going to follow is I'm going to ask each council member to appoint one person to each of the committees. And then after we've got all 5 of them done, we will vote to say that, yes, those are all acceptable to all of us, or say, no, I have a problem with who you've just appointed, type of thing. Don't expect a lot of that, but we'll try and work on that as well. But before we get to that, let's get a little bit of public comment on this, and I believe I have one comment here. Julie Glendenning.
Hello, I'm Julie Glendenning, resident of Solvang. And I would like you very much to get things right that weren't right before. And that is to appoint Jack Williams to the Planning Commission. I feel that he is the most qualified. I think he would have made an outstanding council member. But I think that he has been on the Planning Commission for a while. His credentials are incredible. And I really do feel that he goes to all the meetings very prepared, and I have watched several of them, and he takes command of them and asks very good questions and doesn't get emotionally involved. He really looks at the facts and presents things. And I have been in many discussions with Mr. Williams over certain things that have come up in the city, and he always presents the facts. And I really appreciate his openness to all things that come in, projects that are presented in front of him. And he sees them for what is the best for Solvang, not necessarily what I would like or he would like or whatever. But I just love his manner and how he handles that. So I really hope that you will keep Jack Williams on the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment from the people in the audience? Or comment from those on Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then we'll bring it back to the dais. Do we, I didn't see a hand. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was wondering if, as an applicant, if I should speak now or if
Hang on a second, that's a great question. We never put anything in the agenda to allow any of the applicants to speak. Do we want them to all say their piece before we vote?
Well, the council can certainly entertain comments from the members who have applied for the various committees. That would be appropriate for either public comment or as the council wants to hear from them. But in either event, you have that discretion to allow the people to speak. If the council did not want to hear everyone who has applied, the council could still leave it open to those who wish to speak to the council as part of public comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Attorney.
If I could add, Mr. Mayor, because some of the applicants are not here this evening as well.
I know,
But they have
that's
submitted, and
what-
we've read them all, so.
All of the resumes and everything were in the agenda packet. So if you've looked at the packet, all of that information was available to you. But I think I will follow the attorney's suggestion and allow those to speak that would like to speak on their own behalf. Now, what I will do, though, is I'm going to ask you to go per each organization that we're going to appoint. So I'm going to start, since the last speaker was talking about the Planning Commission, I'm going to start with the Planning Commission. Do we have anybody that is applying for the Planning Commission that would like to speak? Okay, then. Do we have anybody online? It doesn't appear that way. I don't see any hands raised. All right. In that case, we will take it back to the council for appointments. And we'll start with Ms. Claudia Rona. Now somebody has to start. Come on.
Well, thank you so much to everybody that submitted an application. We are very blessed as a community to have you willing to step up and serve. There's a couple of applicants that I would love to support here. But I'm gonna go back and go by the letters of support that I got, which I agree with. It's not often that we get somebody serving in commissions that have the historical knowledge that we need. So with that, I would like to appoint Joni Jamieson to the Planning Commission.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Brown.
Again, thank you very much. We're very blessed to have such a wide breadth of experience and energized individuals to step forward to participate and give us this feedback. With that said, there are many good people here, and from this list, I'd like to nominate Justin Rodriguez, who's served on the Planning Commission for quite some time.
Very good. Councilwoman Elizabeth Arona, who would you like to appoint?
I'd probably only say this once so we can expedite this, but I'd also like to thank all of the applicants in all categories for offering and volunteering your time. Does make Solvang better. For the role of Planning Commission, I'd like to appoint Aaron Peterson. And I'd like to simply ask you to bring your best for us, and you have 100% of my support.
Thank you very much. Councilman Clark?
Mr. Mayor, I'm assuming, and I served with Jack Williams, and back in 2012, 13, I don't remember the time, from my time on the Planning Commission, and I totally agree with the words that have been said about Jack, and I have a feeling that you're going to be appointing him. I have gotten to know and work with Keith Adler over the last few years. Politically, we're about as opposite as two people can be, but he's spot on when it comes to Solvang. And I like the way he thinks, and I like the way he looks at planning. I like the way he does his pickleball courts. I just like Keith's involvement, and I think he would be an asset to the Planning Commission. So I'm going to nominate Keith Adler.
Thank you very much. And I will, at your suggestion, and the suggestion of many others that I've received, nominate Mr. Jack Williams. Okay, so at this point, then, is there anybody that disagrees with any of the appointments? In that case, may I get a motion that we accept all the appointees to the Planning Commission?
I move to approve the slate that we've nominated.
A second.
Roll call, please, Mrs. Clark. Clerk?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Okay, so next, I want to talk about the Design Review Committee. So before we get into any appointments, is there anybody here from the design that would like to speak about their application in the Design Review Committee? This is the quietest audience we've had in a while. It's humbling, I have to admit. We have nobody, it doesn't appear we have any hands on Zoom, so it looks like we're going to bring it back to the dais then. The Design Review Committee, we'll start at the other end this time. Mr. Clark, if you would tell us who you would like to appoint to the DRC.
Esther Jacobson Bates.
Thank you very much. Miss Elizabeth Arona.
I'd like to appoint Pat Kavanaugh.
Good, good.
Mr. Brown.
My top two choices. My top two have already been taken, so I'd like to defer to Ms. Arona for a moment.
Ms. Arona, if you, yes, please, while David's thinking.
Okay, then I'm going to nominate Jennifer Dryden Hess.
Okay. So, Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
That's the nominees there. If you want, that's it.
Yes. Christopher Lapp.
And I am going to appoint Mary Vaughn Martin. Okay, anybody on the council object to any of the appointees? In that case, I will move that we accept all the appointees and look for a second.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now we get to the Tourism Advisory Committee. This is an interesting committee for a number of reasons. We're looking for people that understand the businesses here and how to attract tourists and give feedback. This particular committee does not have the right to set any established codes. Where the other two committees can set up design guides or planning commission, the protocols, the Tourist Advisory Committee is much different in that. We have currently 7 people in the TAC. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask for anybody that wants to speak, like Alex, and then we'll go and choose 5 appointees, and then we'll talk to the council and see if they want to select 2 more, so we maintain 7 on the Tourist Advisory Committee. Okay, so at this point in time, then, I would ask anybody that would like any appointee, or, somebody that's applied, an applicant, thank you, I'll get this in a minute, that would like to speak. Would you like to, please?
Thank you. Sorry for butting in earlier.
No, that, you're perfectly, thank you.
I am applying for reappointment to the Tourism Advisory Committee. My name's Alexander Grenier, and I'm a 17-year-old. I go to Dunn School, and I work at the Chamber of Commerce for Tracy Beard part-time. And I was originally appointed to the Tourism Advisory Committee by the City Council in August 2021. And during my term on the committee, I've made strong contributions in a number of ways. Firstly, I provided strong oversight of our marketing contractor. Through my review of the Abbey Agency's marketing materials, I've identified mistakes, provided suggestions, and consistently pushed them to provide more transparent reporting on marketing performance. Second, I've been able to offer a unique perspective on the committee. As somebody who uses Instagram and other social media both personally and for my job, I have a very good understanding of the platforms and how to best market Solvang. I'm also able to give good suggestions about making our events more engaging, since I attend many events and have a different perspective as a young person. Third, I've taken a leading role in the committee and was elected by my fellow members as the vice chair. I believe that this shows that my fellow TAC members trust me and are confident in me. I have a very good attendance record, I prepare meticulously for meetings, and always am an active participant. It would be an honor to have the opportunity to represent my community on the Tourism Advisory for a second term. I love Solvang, and I'm very interested in contributing to the long-term vision of the city. I believe that there's great opportunity for our community, and would love to play a role in creating that future. Thank you so much for your time and your trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Go ahead, somebody try and beat that. Wow. And I can't, personal opinions. All right, at this point in time, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak? I don't see any hands. It looks like we're clear. Nobody else in the audience then, I presume, because I haven't seen any other hands here. Very good, let's bring it back to the dais. At this time, then, I would like to accept recommended appointments to the Tourist Advisory Committee. Mr. Clark.
I would recommend Vashti Wilson.
Miss Elizabeth Rona.
I'd like to appoint Tracy Beard.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. John Martino.
Ms. Arona.
I would like to appoint Louise Smith.
good. We're going to have a couple more choices in a minute, I think. This is difficult. I'm going to appoint Kim Jensen. Go ahead.
Can we open up the idea of adding or 2 more applicants to keep us at 7 for the TAC? I think it's really important that we have diversity of view, diversity of skills and expertise. It's a complex mission that the TAC is on. So it's not just an understanding of business, but it's understanding of what appeals to visitors. And that's why diversity is so important. I think we should add 2 more, if you are all in agreement.
Yes?
Yeah, yes.
You too, Mr. Clark?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have a first offering?
John Jukabek?
Okay.
I'd like to put forward Alex Gagne.
Yes.
Ms. Claudia Runa, you have a suggestion, or do you want to second any one of those?
I would love to second Alex Grenier.
Excellent. And I will third.
It's going to be unanimous.
How are you going to do anything? We appointed Alex a couple of years ago, as I recall, because we wanted a youthful perspective into the tourism, and he's done an excellent job. If anybody have ever sat through a TAC meeting or watched it, he does everything he just said he did. So that's good. So we have John Jukabek and Alex Grenier. Is that okay? So at this point in time, I guess I would ask that we have a motion to accept all 7 of these appointees.
I'll move to accept these 7 individuals for this council.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. We now have commissions, 2 committees to help us make our decisions in the future. Excellent.
And I just want to remind the public that we will be setting up a citizen oversight committee to overview, measure the tax increase that the voters approved back in November. So for those of you that are interested to serve, those spots will be open. Very important position. You get to tell the city what to do with some money. So I hope to see all of you applying again. And again, thank you for your commitment to making Solvang better.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
He's a kid. It's past his bedtime.
Looks like he's off to a photo shoot.
Yeah, he probably is.
It's coming.
Madam Clerk, if you would read the next agenda item, please.
Discussion and possible action to accept the 2021-22 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report as presented by Hamed Badawi, CPA.
So we're going to have a presentation, or is there a staff report first?
We can do the staff report first, and yes, we do have a presentation, and I do believe it will be with Matish Desai, and I'm sorry, Matish, if I mispronounced your last name, instead of Ahmed Badawi. So tonight we have, you'll be given the presentation on the city's auditing processes and the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year 21-22. We've had Badawi and Associates performing the city's audit since 2019. And in the staff report, I won't go over all the tables because Matish will touch on all of those, but I just wanted to go through the financial highlights. The general fund reported a fund balance of 14.6 million at the end of the fiscal year, and that was an increase of approximately $2.9 million. And that was due to primarily an increase in transient occupancy tax and sales and use tax. The citywide total net position increased by 3.9 million. And the city's governmental activities reported a net position of $28.6 million. Overall, the city revenue from the governmental activities, grants, and taxes increased approximately 3.7 million compared to the 2021 fiscal year. Impact fees ended with a fund balance of 1.5 million, with a decrease of approximately 69,000 from the 2021. The decrease is due to the impact fees being spent on capital improvement projects. The proprietary funds ended with a fiscal year net position of 23.1 million. And the city's non-major governmental funds ended with a fund balance of 1.84 million. We also, in the audience tonight, we also have Jason Banta. He's the financial supervisor, and he is here to answer any questions as well. So if you don't have any questions, we can start the presentation by Matish if he's ready.
Anybody in the council have any questions at this point of the staff? Then let's proceed, please. Thank you.
Whoa.
Thank you, Wendy. I have a presentation. I can share my screen.
There we go.
Well, thank you, and I apologize. Ahmed Badawi was supposed to attend, but he had an emergency, so I'm just attending on his behalf. And thank you for allowing us to present audit results, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. So without delay, this is what we'll be covering is just the engagement team, the deliverables, the scope of the audit, areas we focused on as part of the audit, the auditor's report, and just looking at financial statements and just looking at 3 years trends to see and discuss the significant fluctuations, which I think Wendy already touched on. Going over our required communications that we need to make to the council as part of our audit. Briefly touch on new accounting standards that will be coming your way. And then I'm happy to conclude and answer any questions. In regards to the engagement team, so Mr. Ahmed Badawi was the engagement partner, so he was overall responsible for the report and the work papers. I was the engagement manager. I am also a partner with Badawi and Associates, but in this audit I serve as a engagement manager, so I coordinate the work and supervise the work with the senior and the staff. Saleh Yassin, CPA, was the audit senior. So he was working with staff on different sections. And then we had one staff, Lindsay Elise, who is the audit staff. We also have a engagement quality control reviewer who provides, they're not necessarily considered a part of the engagement team, but they provide us with an independent look at the financial statements and the work papers, just to give us an independent, fresh look at the work to see if we've missed anything or if they have any, I guess, different opinions. In terms of deliverables and scope of the audit, so we issued our report on the financial statements, which is pretty much a report stating whether those financial statements are fairly stated. We've also issued a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance. We'll be issuing a agreed upon procedure report on the GAN limit. This year, we did also do an audit, which is referred to as a single audit. And a single audit also involves us auditing compliance with a major program, overlooking at internal control or compliance and compliance itself in accordance with the uniform guidance. In short form, that's just a federal award audit where we audit a major program, which is a federal program that's selected for audit in accordance with the uniform guidance, which is the rules set by the feds on how we conduct those federal award audits. In addition, we will be issuing a letter. Sorry, I'm not sure if I have some background. It's okay. Sorry, I thought I may have something in the background. In addition, we'll be issuing a letter, pretty much going over verbatim what I have in the slides, which are our required communications. So it's just the audit findings and required communications that we need to make to the council. In terms of areas of primary audit emphasis, so our audit is done on a risk-based approach, which means that we don't necessarily focus on all audit areas equivalently. We identify risks and address significant risks and significant audit areas with more audit procedures than others. These risks don't necessarily need to be specific to the city of Solvang. These are also risks that are just inherent in all audits. So the first risk here is management override of internal controls. This is an inherent risk in all audits. It's the risk that management may not follow their own policies that they've set. So management puts in place internal controls over financial transactions, and if they so choose, they may not decide to follow them for whatever reason. So we designed the audit to incorporate a few procedures to address that. Some include looking at manual journal entries, involving some new procedures that we don't do every year, which provides an unpredictable nature to the audit, involving more experienced staff in more complex areas of the audit. If there are any unusual business transactions, we take a closer look at those. We do our fraud inquiries and follow up on those. So that's in a sense what we do for this risk. Revenues and receivables is another area that's just a default riskier audit area, just because of its significance to the end users of those financial statements. If you're applying or planning to get financing, revenues are something that the debt holders will look at. So we do additional procedures here. We confirm a lot of the city's revenues and also vouch revenues to validate them. And also we look at, for the enterprise funds, we look at non-financial trends and compare them with financial trends with those funds. I look at analysis on ratios. And then with regards to pension, the accounting rules changed a few years ago. So it's relatively new, but it's also a complex area. And we work with management, look at their journal entries, review information in the audit reports from CalPERS and reconcile them back. So it's a number of testing that we do for pension. In terms of the auditor's report, so our auditor's report, which is the first page, I guess it's not necessarily the first page, but it's the first page of the financial section of the ACFR. We've issued an unmodified opinion. Our audit was performed in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards, and also the uniform guidance. What that means is that we believe that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. Significant accounting policies have been consistently applied. Estimates that are in those financial statements are reasonable. And the disclosures that accompany those financial statements are accurate and complete. I think the third bullet point is the most significant there. So what we're saying is that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. That provides for reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance. That's because our audit is focused on looking at material items, and also the audit is performed on a sampling basis. So it provides for reasonable assurance, but not absolute assurance that there are no errors, because we don't necessarily look at every single thing. Just going over the financial statements, and I've added here some page number references if you want to follow on the financial statements. But these are just looking at the government-wide financial statements. So government financial statements are quite complex. They have a set of financial statements that are referred to as the government-wide financial statements that are, in a way, a consolidated financial statements of the city. And this is just looking at the assets and deferred outflows of resources. So you can see that there was an increase in cash and investments this year due to positive operating results, mainly from that increase in transient occupancy taxes and sales taxes this year, which is this recovery from the pandemic. And then you also had increase in capital assets. And this belief is just that the city had some significant capital assets projects that were incurred during the year. I believe mainly the wastewater treatment plant project, and also there was South Palisade Road repavement project that contributed to that increase. Otherwise, no significant other changes. Moving on to the liabilities. So for the liabilities, there were some unusual changes here. You do have accounts payable that had a significant decrease, and I believe that was just mainly related to timing. So you do have expenditures depending on when you get invoiced versus when invoices are paid. This results in a timing variance, and that's really that was purely out of timing. With regards to the net pension liability, you can see that there was a very significant decrease this year. And the decrease is not something very specific to Solvang. It's for everyone who participates in CalPERS. And this one unusual thing with the net pension liability is this number lags by 1 year. So even though we're issuing or reporting on fiscal year 2022, the liabilities lags by a year. So the liabilities as of June 30, 2021. And during fiscal year 2021, CalPERS experienced large investment gains. They had about 26% investment return. So that resulted in a very significant decrease in the net pension liability in all employers. And you can see there's a corresponding increase in the deferred inflow of resources. So whenever you have a significant fluctuation like this, where your investment returns are much higher than what was expected, that difference is deferred and reflected as and it will be reflected in income over the next 5 years. So that's what this increase and decrease is relating to. You will see that next year, because next year the liability will be as of June 30, 2022, you're probably going to see an increase in your net pension liability because CalPERS will be decreasing the discount rate, which is an assumption that goes into measuring the net pension liability. That will create an increase. And then also CalPERS experienced not as high as expected, but they did have about 7.5% investment loss. So it will be expected that your net pension liability would maybe return back to what it was reported in 2021. That otherwise, there were no other significant fluctuations with your liabilities last year. Looking at net position. Net position is just another word for equity when it comes to governmental financial statements. So this is just looking at your assets, minus your liabilities and what's your equity. And that equity is classified into three categories. So you have your net investment in capital assets, your restricted and unrestricted. So your capital assets increased this year, so you're seeing an increase in this category, and also due to the positive transient occupancy tax and sales tax increases, you do have an increase in your unrestricted net position this year. This is a slide looking at your changes in net position. So you can see from 2020 to 2022, the city's having a gradual, return back to normal, so to speak, due to the increase in revenues. And in 2020, you did have some significant revenue losses with TOT. In 2021, there was a recovery. In 2022, they're pretty much fully recovered. I believe also in 2021, there were some expense cuts to kind of account for just trying to stabilize the city's income statement. So these are somewhat of the positive trends. But otherwise, I think nothing else that I'm just looking at my notes to see if there's anything else to mention. You did have also increase in gas tax. And also during 2022, the city received about $700,000 in ARPA, coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds, which is half of what is totally allocated. So the other $700,000 will come in 2023. So that was also contributing to the increase. On slide number 15 here, we're looking at the city's net cost of service compared to tax revenues. So this is only looking at governmental activities. So this excludes your enterprise activities such as water, sewer, and transit. So you can see net cost of service. What that means is your governmental programs, so your general governmental services, your public safety, it's contracted out, but your public safety services and other governmental services, they all cost funds, but they also generate some revenues. So they may charge some fees, they may receive some contributions or grants. So the net cost of it is represented here. And you're always going to have a net cost because those activities are usually expected to be funded by taxes. So you can see that your net cost of service has kind of stayed about the same as last year. That is somewhat impacted by the COVID-19 funding and also the gas tax revenue increases. And you can see your tax revenues have gone back up. So those are mainly from the recovery of TOT and then also sales taxes. Okay. Looking at the general fund, so this is looking at page 42 and 44. So this is only looking at the general fund, not looking at the government-wide financial statements. So this excludes any restricted revenues or enterprise activities. You can see here we're looking at the unrestricted fund balance. So this also would include any committed or assigned fund balance that is included here as unrestricted fund balance because City Council still has control over these funds. And you can see the general fund balance has been recovering year by year. And then also from 2020 to 2021, you did have a decrease in expenditures just as a part of the cost saving measures. And then in 2022, you did have increases in expenditures. So that was a matter of recovery of positions and also, unfortunately, for other things. In terms of looking at the other amounts on this slide, you can see that we're looking at the number of months. What the number of months represents is in the unlikely situation that the city received no more revenues in the future, how long would the city be able to operate? So The GFOA, which stands for the Government Financial Officers Association, they recommend to have no less than 2 months or 2 to 4 months, depending on where you look. So in terms of the available fund balance that the general fund has is more than healthy. So you don't have necessarily any concerns there in terms of whether you have sufficient fund balance. Slide number 17, this is just looking at your pension contributions, and just, it's just as predictable that it's going to go up every year. And one council member did bring up a question in another meeting that, well, CalPERS had this great return. How come our contributions are not going down? And that's because CalPERS, when they come up with their required contribution rates, they do smooth things out. So even if they had a large investment loss, you shouldn't be impacted with a big increase right away. They take those net increases and decreases over the years, and they kind of smooth it out and amortize it over a 15, I believe, a year term. And I believe you can expedite it if you want, but you're always going to see this gradual increase until they're completely confident, I guess, and then they may decrease them. But at this current trends, it's planned to be going up for a few years more. On this slide, and take this slide with a grain of salt. It's because of the nature of the city's CalPERS plan. The city participates in what they refer to as PERF C, which is the CalPERS cost sharing plan. So amounts reported to each employer in the plan are based on a proportionate share. So it's just a percentage. And that percentage is derived off of other funding statuses that are actually old. So it's really a big estimate, but it should still give you some reasonable numbers. Just wanted to mention that because these numbers don't necessarily line up with what will be reported in your funding valuations. So every year, the city will receive a funding valuation from CalPERS, which will provide a lot of information as to how much monies or what rate you need to contribute during a certain year. And within that report, they provide you with a funded status of the plan. That funded status is unaudited, so that's why we can't use it when we prepare the financial statements. So this is the methodology that we have to use for the financial statements that's described by the accounting standards. But you can see what, in terms of plan assets, pension liability, and the net pension liability. So the net pension liability that you're reporting on the financial statements is your total liability. So the total liability is your total outflows that the plan is expected to make in terms of retiree benefits. And that liability is reduced by whatever monies are expected already to be there to pay for those benefits. So you can see that your net pension liability of 2.5 million, that is the result of having a total liability of about 20 million, less assets that are set aside to pay for those benefits, which is about 17.6 million. And again, these numbers are taken with a grain of salt because they're not going to match up exactly with what is in your funding report, but they should be somewhat similar. Right. On slide number 19, here we have a what's referred to as a sensitivity disclosure. And it's something kind of hard to explain exactly what discount rate means. Essentially, a discount rate is something that's used to adjust future cash outflows that will be made to current year dollars, so to speak. So you're taking all the future payments that are expected to be made for the retirees who currently exist and also future retirees. And then the actuary will then adjust those future cash outflows to what is the value of that today. So if they use a discount rate that is lower, that will result in a higher liability. If they use a discount rate that is higher, it results in a smaller liability. The discount rate that CalPERS use is the long-term expected investment returns of the plan, which is 7.15%. So that is an estimate. So within the accounting standards, this is a required disclosure that needs to be made in the disclosures to the financial statements to provide the reader a bit of information that, if the discount rate used was different, what would be this liability, just to give you a range of what this number could be. And you can see it can really be quite different. It could be double, or it could be almost nothing relatively to what numbers you have. So just take it with a grain of salt. The number that's eventually reported is what's in the middle. So we're not necessarily saying one number is more accurate than the other number. It's just a very volatile estimate. On this slide here, we have other post-employment benefit contributions. Other post-employment benefits, what we're talking about are your retiree healthcare benefit plan, where you offer retirees to pay for their premium or share of the premium. And these are the contributions that you've been making year after year. So the city does have a trust that it funds every year, which is a good practice. And you can see that the amounts that have been contributed are consistent, which is good as well. This is looking at the city's funding status of that retiree healthcare plan. And these numbers, you can take them more, I guess they are more meaningful because this is what is referred to as a defined benefit agent multiple employer plan. So when we're looking at the assets, that's truly what has been measured and audited by the plan auditor as the assets in the plan. And the liability is truly based on the retirees and active members of who participates in the plan. So you can see there was a big decrease from 2020 to 2021, mainly coming from a decrease in the actuarial liability. And I believe the city had a new valuation done at that time. And then also from 2020 to 2021 measurement periods, you did have a decrease again, and that's coming from an increase in the plan assets due to favorable interest returns and then also the contributions you made to the trust. Similarly, here on slide 22, we have a required disclosure that's made for the retiree healthcare plan, just comparing the liability and doing that what if calculation of what would be the number had a different discount rate been used. And you can see here that the differences are not as drastic as the pension numbers. And the reason being is that when you're looking at the future cash outflows of your retiree healthcare plan, one retiree's premium, the dollar amount of that premium is not going to be close to what will be paid out to a retiree's annual pension cost. So when you're adjusting those future cash outflows to a present value, they don't change much, I guess, or they don't change as much as the pension. But it's a required disclosure. It gives you a range, not as big of a range here. And then this is another disclosure that's required for the retiree healthcare plan, which is a sensitivity disclosure relating to the healthcare cost trend rate. And the actuary makes an assumption based on prior history and other charts as to how much healthcare costs will increase in the future. So obviously, if they assume that healthcare costs will increase a lot, the liability will be larger. If they expect that the healthcare costs will increase gradually, then they end up with a smaller number. So again, it's just to give you a range. It's not necessarily one number is more accurate than the other. Then just going over required communications, and this is just a slide here clarifying our responsibilities under generally accepted auditing standards, and also management's responsibilities. Especially when we assist management with preparing the financial statements, it's a bit important to clarify that the document that's prepared is not our document as the auditors. We assist management in putting together the financial statements, but we do not own those financial statements. They are the city's document, and they are reviewed and accepted by the city. The only thing that we own as the auditors is our opinions. So the opinion that's in the financial section of the ACFR, or Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, and also the opinions that we've issued on the government auditing standards and also the federal awards, those are our reports. The rest of the document is management's. So just clarifying that, so our responsibility is to provide an opinion on the financial statements. As part of that, we evaluate internal controls over financial reporting, look at compliance with laws and with compliance with laws, contracts, and grants that may have a material impact on the financial statements. And then we review the financial statements and disclosures to determine if they're clear and transparent. We also then communicate the results, as we're doing today, to the governing body on the results of the audit. Management are responsible for the financial statements. They are responsible for establishing and maintaining internal control, providing us with information to perform our audit, adjusting the financial statements if there are any identified material misstatements, establishing internal controls relating to fraud, informing us of any known or suspected fraud, complying with the laws and regulations that are applicable to the city, and then also to take corrective action on any audit findings. One important responsibility of ours as the auditors is to maintain independence, which is why you have someone outside the organization doing the audit. You don't have management or another department doing a review of your financial records in-house. You're looking for an audit to be, bias-free. So as part of our responsibilities, we maintain our independence. We follow rules that are set by the AICPA and State Board. Those rules would involve not performing certain types of duties. So, for example, recording and posting adjustments that are not approved by management, performing other duties, managerial duties, having certain financial transactions with the city. Those would just be some examples. It's quite lengthy. Usually also pass around listings of clients to all our staff and members in the firm to identify if there may be potential conflicts. But we do also permitted to perform some financial services that, such as preparing the financial statements, as long as we can verify that we have safeguards in place. So as part of assisting management with preparing the financial statements, we also ensure that they are reviewed and approved before we issue our opinion on them. In terms of timing of the audit, the audit was performed in accordance with our engagement letters. In terms of new accounting policies and unusual transactions, this is just a listing of the new accounting pronouncements that were adopted during the year. The most significant being was statement number 87, which changed how everyone accounts for leases this year. So previously, leases would be identified as either operating or capital, and you would, based on your classification, you would account for them differently. That has changed. So now you either have leases that, I guess, meet GASB 87 requirements or they don't. And generally, if a lease has a minimum payment and the lease term is greater than 1 year, it would require reporting as either if you're the lessee, a liability, or if you're the lessor, a receivable. And again, there's a materiality threshold there where the cost benefit has to make sense to account for something. In terms of what changed in the city's financial statements, the city recognized the lease receivable relating to to a lease for cell tower leases that is disclosed in the financial statements. And other than that, there was really no other significant changes. Statement 89 only would apply if you have debt and a construction project where debt proceeds were unspent. How would you capture the interest expense, which the city does not have? The two omnibuses are various miscellaneous minor accounting standards that weren't worth issuing a separate standard on themselves, and none of them really apply to the city. In terms of estimates in the financial statements, as I mentioned, that pension and OPEB relating accounts are estimates. They're subject to those actuarial assumptions, such as the discount rate. The other estimate that's significant to your financial statements is depreciation expense and accumulated depreciation. In terms of sensitive disclosures in the financial statements, so in terms of if you don't want to read every single disclosure that's there, the disclosures are important because they provide meaning to the numbers. So if you want to know about the city's investment policy, what type of investments does the city have with regards to capital assets, what are the activity during the year, what types of capital assets does the city have, what types of pension benefits does the city offer, what assumptions went into those numbers. Those are all disclosures that accompany the financial statements. So these are just a listing of the most significant ones. In terms of difficulties performing the audit, we did not have any. As part of the audit, we may identify the statements. Management has posted all proposed audit adjustments. We did not have any waived or past audit adjustments, which we may have if they were, if we both agreed that they were immaterial. In terms of other items, no disagreements with management. In terms of deficiencies in internal controls, we did have one significant deficiency that we identified relating to accounts payable vendor file management in terms of dealing with change requests from vendors and how to verify those. And management has addressed that from our understanding. In terms of representations from management, so as part of our audit, we do obtain representations from management prior to issuance of our report. The representation letter pretty much states that we are aware of all the facts. Management have provided us with correct information, and there's nothing we should be, I guess, aware of before we release our audit report. In terms of consultations, we're not aware of any independent consultations done by management. We're not aware of any other material written communications. And we're not aware of any material uncertainties regarding to events and conditions. What that means is we're not, we believe that the city will exist within 1 year. As part of our audit, we are required to evaluate whether the city's financial condition is so poor that it may not exist in 1 year after we issue our audit report. So, you know, as I mentioned in the slide, the city has a healthy fund balance, so we don't have any concerns there. In terms of fraud and illegal acts, there was one incident of fraud that occurred during the year, not involving management or others, but it was just relating to a phishing attack, which is unfortunately getting more common these days, where the city did lose some funds during the year from that phishing attack. But no other items were identified as part of our audit. And then on slide number 30 here, we have a listing of the new accounting pronouncements that will be coming your way. So in 2023, there's an accounting standard for conduit debt. Conduit debt is debt that is issued by the city, but the city has no responsibility to repay that debt because there are revenue sources pledged for that debt. And in case of default, the city would have no responsibility to pay for or guarantee that default. So the city doesn't have any conduit debt at the moment, but if it did, there would be some additional disclosures. So the disclosures that are being updated for that. Public-private partnerships, so that's if you have any of those types of transactions involving donors, joint partnerships, there is some changing in accounting there. Segment 96 changes the accounting for subscription-based IT arrangements. Subscription-based IT arrangements are, so you may have an accounting software, or you may have some other softwares where, like Microsoft 365, where you do not own the software, you purely just pay to use the software. So it works similar, like the accounting standard works similarly to leases, whereby if you are in a contract for many years to use an accounting software or to use any type of software, and you have a fixed contract amount that you pay every year, you would just be recognizing a liability for that commitment. And also you would be recognizing an asset because you also have the right to use that asset or that intangible, so to speak. So that would be would be changing. So you may need to inquire with various departments what softwares they use and if this standard may be applicable. In 2024, there's a statement for accounting for changes and error corrections. So this is when you identify in the following year that the previous year's financial statements may have had some errors, and you wanted to account for those changes and reflect them in the current year's financial statements. This statement has some rules or changes to the rules of how you would show those and disclose those errors. And then in statement 2025, you have some changes in compensated absence accounting. So this is the accounting for vacation and sick leave balances. There are some nuances in types of leave that are being offered by governmental agencies. So the accounting standards are just being, updated to reflect some of those nuances, like convertible leave and so forth. I think that is all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I think Ahmed's email address is here, but I think the city has my email address as well.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
Sorry. Ahmed, can you hear me?
It's not Ahmed.
Okay.
Right.
It's
Oh, my
Mitesh.
apologies.
Mitesh, yeah.
Question on page 90 on the pension plan. From a technical analysis standpoint, I see where the trends are. How do you explain to the layperson why the net pension liability is about half of what it was a year ago?
Sure. So, yeah, and maybe I can show it on a slide. Yeah, I mean, it was just a very unusual year for 2021. You had a very large increase in the fiduciary net position of the plan. And I believe that it's not necessarily only the investment returns. It There was also, I'm just trying to find the slide.
But the trends are contradictory.
I think because they're a year, they're in arrears.
Sorry, say that one part again. Sorry.
How do you explain the net pension liability being half of what it was the 2 prior years, but everything else is, the assets are going up, the pension liability is going up, but the net pension liability is half of what it was in 2020?
Right.
Or
So,
not half, 60%, excuse me.
right. No, you had, let me see here. So yeah, you had an increase in your plan assets or your share of the assets from 14.3 to 17.6. So that is about a 4.3 million increase. And then in terms of your pension liability, it increased, but it increased by about 0.8 million. So that meant that your net pension liability, in a sense, decreased by about 2 million or so. So it looks. I know it doesn't. The chart is a bit. It doesn't look like it should be half because both numbers went up, but your plan assets went up a lot higher than the net pension, than the liabilities. So that reflected in, I guess, a large net decrease, which cut that liability in half. But there was a couple of things that happened last year. There were a lot of, at least for my clients, there were a lot of like pension obligation bonds that were issued, and there were also a large net investment return in that cost sharing plan. So you did have a large increase in the total plan assets in that PERF C plan. And it's a bit challenging to look at with the cost sharing plan because you get a percentage every year that is published in a allocation report from CalPERS. So these numbers that are calculated here, the 17 million and 20 million, these numbers are mathematically calculated as the total assets of the plan times that allocation percentage. So the allocation percentage also changes year to year. That doesn't change much, but that might be also a contributing factor.
It just seems so overly optimistic. I appreciate your explanation, though. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Is it possible to know how Solvang compares to similar jurisdictions? Are we, in general, are we all doing okay? Solvang is doing exceptionally well, or do we still have work to do?
With regards to the pension plan? Or just
no, in regards to our fiscal health in general.
Sure. In terms of the fiscal health of the city, just looking at the general fund in itself, it's, I think, better than most from my clients. So in terms of, sorry, I'm trying to kind of close my slide navigator. But just looking at this slide, just looking at the general fund, which excludes any restricted, it excludes most restricted monies. If you have 19 months, is a very healthy position to be in by itself. So the other funds, like your water and sewer funds, those are up to 18 funds. So you do have the ability to increase rates to cover deficits and so forth. So usually, I would say this is a quite healthy position to be in. Although I know that also the city protects itself because I think there's a heavy reliance on TOT revenues. So a large amount of that unrestricted fund balance is a reserve to be spent on emergencies. So, but just looking at this slide, I would say you're in a better position than most.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that report. I just had a quick question for you as it relates to our risk management as an internal process. Predominantly, one of your deliverables was for areas of improvement, not necessarily improvement, but deliverables as fraud inquiries, risk management. What is our exposure to, I see we had a phishing attack. What is our exposure to ransomware and things of this nature? Do you have any comments for that?
That's more of a technical question.
Yeah, that's really more an IT question, but an auditor will expose it.
That's why, do you have any safeguards or any things that came up in this regard that we can do to protect ourselves from additional, for any other phishing or ransomware?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I missed part of that question, but thank you for clarifying. Yeah, there are quite a few things a lot of our various government agencies are partaking in. Part of it is doing a risk assessment with other employees in the entity to survey. One thing we did for one of our clients was to survey, created a survey and sent that survey to a number of random employees throughout the agency, asking them how do they use their workstations, what would they do with different situations. This is something we prepared as a CPA firm. So obviously if you have an IT expert or consulting with an IT firm, they would let you know of what people, how aware are they of different risks or that may impact the cities. I guess because they are, in essence, they are also contributing to how how they process transactions, how they use their workstations. Other things that we've seen cities do are to they do what's referred to as a vulnerability assessment, where they have an IT firm come in, a specific IT firm comes and evaluates your various computer systems in great detail. They have that more expertise, and they can identify where there are cracks and vulnerabilities in your different softwares, and they can then recommend of how to patch things up. And some things you can evaluate to see what's the cost benefit of patching things up, because to patch it up would be quite expensive. So they essentially would just list out, this is outdated, you need to replace this software, or you need to install a more different antivirus. Or,
Thank you, but I think we're missing it. Basically, sure. I'm asking you as our consultant, I'm not, yes, I can go get other opinions. My question was to you as a professional and the person who did our audit. Did you see any opportunities for risk assessment or in this regard, or in this? You caught the phishing example. Was there anything else that we should be concerned about from what you found?
Right. Oh, thanks. Thank you. No, there was nothing else that we identified that brought us risk. Our assessment of IT in the audit was something that we look at in relation to the financial statements. So our focus is on the recording of those transactions. The phishing attack was actually brought to our attention by management. So that was something that management actually already identified and occurred prior to our field work.
Well, just to add on to your questions, Dave, or for you, Matish, maybe, or maybe it's really a question for the city management. Phishing attacks are becoming more and more frequent, but they come to us and they look very friendly. Mm-hmm. And you can have a very innocent click on a website or an email, and it launches a missile into your organization. So what we really should be looking at is, are we conducting any trainings, staff trainings, for what phishing looks like today? And they need to be increasingly frequent, because the penetrators are getting smarter and smarter, more creative, and even if you're well educated, you can fall subject to these things. And since the auditors caught that it cost us some funding, we should probably make sure our efforts are pretty substantial.
Yeah, we could check with our insurance authority to see. They probably have some type of training that would be.
Your IT, the land speed should do it, or we can go third party, and it could be pretty inexpensive.
We get them periodically. I personally, maybe you don't get them because you're better at catching fishing than me, but they've actually sent me emails and say, oh, you fell for it. Now you're stuck taking an hour training so that you don't fall for it again.
Yes.
So yeah, that is something that we do, on a regular basis.
Through Landsby, we do, they do send us fake emails. And then if you happen to open them, then they do send you a link saying, oh, you got caught, you opened
I'm like a
this email.
secret shopper.
This is your
Yeah.
training, so,
It's not as fun.
no.
Okay, we've gotten off of the subject of accounting
And
quite
that's
a bit.
that's a
and
CPA versus IT.
Yeah,
Got it.
I know. I'd like to bring this back to
Okay.
the agenda item. Do you have any other questions
No.
of the presentation or the staff? Do we have anybody in the audience that's still awake? Sorry, anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment at this time on this regard? Thank you very much. We'll bring it back here. And at this point in time, I believe all we're doing is accepting this from the consultant, correct?
Yeah, I don't know did you have any public comment requests in your?
Not for this, no.
No.
So we're good.
Do we need a motion on this? No, well, I can't see Zoom, so I can't tell you.
Laser, is there anybody with a hand up on?
There it is. Nobody's got a hand up.
So I think all we're asking for you is to accept the report.
And we'll do that as a motion. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay, so I'll move that we accept this report. It actually shows us in pretty good shape and shows that we have pretty good established procedures. But I'd like to move that we accept this report, and I'd look for a second.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you.
And for the record, I'd just like to say thank you to Jason for doing all the financial work and the auditing.
I want to thank both of you. You're probably the only two in this room that knew what was being said up here.
And
I looked at this report for hours and still don't understand
Yeah.
it, so I appreciate that.
You
Wendy-
read the minutes for hours.
Wendy, do you want to acknowledge that the audit team was awarded a certificate of achievement of excellence in financial reporting? It's one of many, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think we've had it for the last 20 years.
City has had it, I believe, 32 of the last
32,
33
yep.
years. And the one year we didn't is the year we did not apply. We didn't make the deadline, but yeah.
That's great. Excellent.
Thanks for that notification.
Clapping for a CPA report.
Madam Clerk, if you would read the next agenda item, please.
Discussion and possible action to receive and file and provide direction regarding the draft housing element to the general plan.
Staff report. Had to get you right named, Pat.
Thank you, Wendy.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the staff report for this item there you go, that's her name. This is staff report for the housing element to discuss. We're seeking comments and direction from the council on the draft housing element that was provided to you guys about 6 weeks ago. And so I'm going to keep it very brief and then hand off to our consultant, who has a very, very, very long and detailed staff report.
Thanks a lot.
Presentation. The project team is here. We got Sophia Checa, our planning manager, and also online, I believe, is Lori Tamura. Yep, there she is. as well as our consultant team from Minter Harnish. So Ryan Lester, I believe, from Minter Harnish will be giving the presentation. Items of particular consideration beyond just general comments on the document. There's Site A, which is, we did receive some comments on asking to not be rezoned as part of this process. And then Site C, which is the item that I think most of the crowd, most of the comments have received, and most of the crowd is here to discuss. So, we eagerly await your comments, but we will follow up with this presentation, and then I'm sure we'll be receiving some public comment as well. Thank you. And with that, I'll hand off to Ryan.
Okay, thank you. I'll just share my screen here.
Eventually. There we go.
Okay, can you see my presentation there? There we go.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, thank you for having me today to talk about the draft housing element. My name is Ryan Lester. I'm a project manager with Minter Harnish. Jim Harnish is the project director. He's the principal and owner of Minter Harnish. He's also with us tonight. And then also on the project team is Ryan Russell with Rincon Consultants. He's actually not here with us tonight. He provided a section of the housing element called Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. I'll discuss it quickly tonight, but most of our discussion will be on sites. So what are we going to talk about? So first, I'll talk about housing element basics, and we'll talk about a few of the sections of the housing element quickly, those being the Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing section, as well as the policy document and any new implementation actions that we've included in this draft. And then we'll get into the heart of our conversation, which will be on the regional housing needs allocation and the city's sites inventory. We'll quickly talk about the public comments we received on the draft housing element, and then next steps. So I know this has been a long meeting. We have a lot of material to go through, so I'll try to go through it as quickly as possible. So the housing element, what is the housing element? Well, it's one of 9 elements in the city's general plan, and it serves to plan for housing needs for the next 8 years. But unlike the other elements of the general plan, the housing element is required to be updated by the state, and those updates have to be done on a prescribed schedule. So, okay, if that's what a housing element is, okay, what does a housing element do? Well, housing elements work to provide an assessment of both current and future housing needs. They identify opportunities and constraints on housing production, and then they establish goals, policies, and programs to meet those needs and address those constraints or barriers. And then finally, and this is important in this update, is the regular updates to the housing element work to update city practices and regulations to meet new state laws. So since 2014, 2015, when the last housing element was adopted, there's been a ton of new state laws involving housing. So really in this update, changes to the housing element, they're really being driven by state law. I would love to say that, you know, we're on the cutting edge and we're out there, you know, pushing other jurisdictions to do more, but really every jurisdiction in California right now is trying to catch up with the requirements of the state. So really all the changes in the sixth cycle, they really are being driven by new state law. Yep. I've got 2 slides here. I'm not going to go through each of these. The point here is that these are some of the new state laws that we have to address in the housing element. For most of them, we have to analyze whether or not the city complies. And if they don't, we have to include a program in the housing element to bring the city into compliance. So again, I'm not going to go through all these. The point is just, it's a lot. There's a lot. I mean, maybe 10 bills on ADUs alone. I didn't even list them all here. It is a lot to go through. So that's really driving this update. So if it's required, do we have to comply? What are some of the consequences if we don't? So I like to let all our clients see this slide and just talk about, well, what are some of the ramifications if we don't have a compliant housing element? So without a compliant housing element, the city could face legal challenges to land use decisions, may have to pay fines and fees. You can lose grant funding opportunities. This is big in this cycle. A lot of state grants are being tied to having a compliant housing element. So not having a compliant housing element means you immediately can't apply for those. You could be mandated by courts to comply anyway. You could actually lose your local land use control. And then finally, you could face a court-ordered moratorium on all permits related to housing. So I wanted to point out as well, the California Department of Housing and Community Development that certifies the housing elements, they now have a new accountability unit. It's staffed with a bunch of lawyers, and they're not going to go after every city that doesn't comply, but they are going to go looking for bad actors and looking to take legal action against those bad actors. So just a little about the project. We've had some engagement events so far. We had one workshop early in the process, as well as we released a housing needs survey. And then kind of based on what we were seeing and seeing that we needed some more community engagement, we actually added a second workshop and a fair housing survey that weren't originally scoped. The second workshop really just was to talk about sites and to take comments on sites. So we did that in May. And then over summer, we did the fair housing survey. So what is included in a housing element? Well, there's two real sections of the housing element. Sometimes they're combined in one just for ease of use, but they're listed here. So the first section is commonly called the needs assessment. It might be called a background report. But basically, this includes the assessment of housing needs, both now and for the next 8 years, so through 2031. It provides an analysis of governmental and non-governmental constraints. It evaluates zoning practices, looking to make sure that jurisdictions are promoting zoning for a variety of housing types, and particularly throughout the city. It has a housing resources section. This is actually where we identify the land that's available for residential development, and we identify the land that's zoned appropriately for lower income capacity. And then finally, the new section called Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. This is a new analysis that I'll discuss in a moment. And then the second document as part of the housing element is the actual element itself. It's the policy document. So this has the goals, policies, and programs that will carry out the city's action plan related to housing. So I'm going to go through this very quickly. AFFH, Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. This is a whole new section of the housing element that every jurisdiction has to provide. It can be like 80 pages, so it's a lot of analysis. So, but I won't go into it in depth. I just want everybody to know what it is so that they can read the draft and feel comfortable knowing what it is. So the state defines affirmatively furthering fair housing as taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation, foster inclusive communities, free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. So basically what AFFH is seeking to do and what the state would like us to do is to work to combat housing discrimination, to eliminate racial bias, undo historic patterns of segregation, lift barriers that restrict access, and ultimately foster inclusive communities and achieve racial equity, fair housing choice, and opportunity. That's a big goal. It's obviously a big goal, but the state, what they're looking for is that cities, that every jurisdiction is taking some meaningful actions to try to undo some of these things. There's 5 sections of the AFFH section. We have to basically, under each of these categories, go through a bunch of maps and data provided by the state and try to identify any fair housing issues that exist in the community. So as part of the needs assessment, we would identify those, and then as part of the policy document, we would work at putting those actions in place to start to overcome those issues. Here's an example of a meaningful action. Let me see if I can see it with this Zoom thing covering it. Provide a minimum of 1 informational event on fair housing rights, fair housing resources, and common predatory practices, especially related to older adults in partnership with Santa Barbara County or other public and non-private agencies. So that's an example of one thing that we need to, that's new to the housing element. You wouldn't have seen an action like this in very many housing elements in the fifth cycle or before. But now the state is saying it's not enough to have a fair housing program that says, yeah, we're going to be very vaguely, we're going to do this, right? We have to actually come up with specific actions that cities can do and provide a specific timeline for when they'll do it. Usually the state wants to see an annual timeline for these kind of events. Here we've said provide a minimum of one informational event. That would be for the planning period. I quickly want to talk about some new implementation actions in the policy document. I'm not going to go through the whole policy document. Most of it, what we've tried to do is build on what the city was already doing and add new actions where we needed to, but there were some new programs. So the policy document itself, like I said, it builds on existing goals, policies, and programs that the city's already got in place from the fifth cycle, from the previous housing element. It updates city code for state law compliance. It considers fair housing issues in programs under all the goals. That's a new state requirement. Is you can't just have a fair housing goal and only think about fair housing there. You have to actually like apply that lens to any programs in your policy document that are appropriate. So you have to look for that fair housing angle in your programs. And then finally, I wanted to point out that programs were written with the city's budget and staff constraints in mind. So we aren't throwing out a bunch of optional programs for the city to consider. We've just taken the approach of updating the policy document, adding the new programs that are required, and then submitting HCD and waiting on their comments. Because HCD generally requests additional actions based on their review. No matter how far you approach, writing what is good for the city, and we're going to let HCD request specific actions if they need to. We kept the same 5 goal headings as in the previous housing element. You can see them here. I don't need to read them to you. And then each goal contains policies and programs that establish the city's action plan. So, and then as I said, finally, the programs really are where you establish those specific actions and timelines, specific commitments. You say where the potential funding sources for those commitments are. And that really, the programs is really the focus of HCD's review. I haven't seen them comment on goals or policies very much, if at all, but they'll comment on our programs. They'll want to see, they'll have input and opinions. So just quickly, the new implementation actions that are included in the public review draft. There's program HEO. This is just the municipal code update program. It commits the city to updating the municipal code as necessary in response to the needs assessment. Program U, this is to promote missing middle housing, or the kind of multi-unit workforce housing. You can think of duplexes, triplexes, townhomes. And this works to address a requirement that in the programs we have to address, we have to promote housing mobility. So the idea that we don't just have low income sites and then single family homes that are really, really expensive. We're trying to create a situation where people can move up from a low income housing unit to something more. And that's a requirement of the state. And then program V is just about information transparency. This is required. And then program W, surplus and excess public land. This is a new program that's also required by state law. So next, I want to get into the regional housing needs allocation, or the RHNA. This is the quantified housing goal that each jurisdiction receives that they have to meet through zoning in the housing element. Cities don't produce housing. Cities and counties aren't in the business of redevelopment anymore. So the housing element really is a zoning activity. There's a lot of analysis involved, but when it comes to sites, all we're doing is zoning for capacity for the potential of low-income housing. So that's so we'll get into that. So what is the regional housing needs allocation, otherwise known as the RHNA? So it is, again, the quantified housing goal that each jurisdiction needs to meet. In the case of Solvang, it was first, how this works is the state first passes down a regional determination that goes for, in this case, the county and all the jurisdictions combined. It's a big number. And then when each region receives that determination, the regional government, in this case, SBCAG, then makes a methodology to split up those units in some way that they find fair. It's taken through a public process. Cities are allowed to appeal, etc. But eventually, those numbers are finalized and passed down to the local governments. The local governments then are tasked with zoning to provide capacity to meet that number. Again, we're not building anything, we're just zoning things. And then reporting each year how many permits are being approved to the state. The state then takes all that information, crunches the number for the next round, and you get a determination for the next cycle. So you can see how it's kind of a cycle of data and responding and giving the state new data. So when it comes to the RENA, there are two processes involved, like I've said. So the process for the city in the housing element is to plan land to accommodate this number, right? To accommodate the RENA. HCD requires land zone for each income category and programs to then support development on those sites, right? And then the second process is each year the city reports the numbers of units being permitted and specifically on those sites. And then HCD reviews that progress and may require the city to adopt additional incentives, right? So through the housing element, we are required to zone enough land to meet this capacity, but it is just the potential to provide that capacity. Really having programs in place to incentivize that development helps, but we need to remember that the actual development is market driven. So what does the RENA look like? Here's what it looks like in this top table. You can see the first row that says Solvang. This is the actual RENA for the 6th cycle that was assigned. 55 units, very low, 39 low, 22 moderate, 75 above moderate, for a total of 191. But then due to new state law, one of these new state laws is that every jurisdiction has to plan at minimum an additional 20%. And what this is, the law is called no net loss. And the idea is if you just plan for 100% of your lower income capacity, as soon as one of those sites gets developed at market rate, at moderate or above moderate, all of a sudden the city the jurisdiction is not then providing capacity to meet the RENA anymore. If you're right at 100% and you lose one lower income site because it goes market rate, then all of a sudden you're at less than 100%. Your housing element no longer complies. So this new law then deals with that. So the new law says you have to plan an additional 20% in the very low, low, and moderate at minimum. So, and we'll continue to talk about this as I go through these slides. But it's a big factor in this analysis. We call it the buffer, 20% buffer. So what you'll notice in the RENA is that almost 50% of it is for lower income categories, so very low and low. And a question we get is, okay, well, how do you, if we're just doing zoning, this is just a zoning for capacity to meet this, how do we provide that separately from moderate and above moderate? And the state actually provides a density threshold that does that. So any vacant or underutilized site that currently allows residential, that allows 20 dwelling units an acre, can be counted as capacity towards those lower income goals, right? Additional ways you can count for those units is you can rezone sites to allow residential. The trick is to allow additional density up to 20 dwelling units an acre. The trick is when you rezone a site to meet those lower income capacity goals, you have to use a minimum of 20. So while a parcel that's currently zoned DR20 would count for as a lower income site, if we change a parcel that's not DR20 currently, and we allow 20 dwelling units an acre, or we allow residential at 20 dwelling units an acre, then we have to add that as the minimum. That's a state requirement. And then finally, the other way we can count is any affordable units with deed restrictions that ensure affordability long-term. So some cities have an inclusionary ordinance, and if somebody builds multifamily units, they have to build 20% affordable. Those are deed restricted, and those can, the state will absolutely take those as lower income capacity. So then, okay, so let's talk about then meeting those housing needs. So we have RHNA. We know we have to provide 20% more. How do we go about doing this? So the first step is to provide residential capacity in the site's inventory itself. And then again, to incentivize production through our implementation actions, through our programs. So strategies that provide capacity to meet the RHNA, we're allowed to count ADU trends. So I believe the city over the last 3 or 4 years has built 8 a year. So we're allowed to project that out times 8 and count 64 units. We can look at current pipeline projects and what's going through, and we can count those units based on their expected affordability. And then finally, existing residential capacity. So any land zoned for residential that's currently available, we can count that. If that doesn't add up to the RHNA, then we do have to look to rezone residential sites to allow for increased density, or rezone non-residential sites to allow residential or mixed uses. And then the strategies then to incentivize the production to meet the RHNA. So to incentivize production on those sites, you can provide streamlined ministerial review or priority processing. You can reduce, defer, or waive fees. You can provide incentives for ADU construction. Some cities even provide pre-approved ADU plans. And then partnerships with nonprofit developers to apply for funding. That is one thing that a lot of jurisdictions really do because they can't provide the funding themselves. But of course, then if you could, actual funding and subsidizing affordable development would be another incentive, obviously. So we know we have to find residential land that accounts for 191 units. And we know that due to AB 166, we have to provide at least an additional 20% in the lower and moderate income categories. So we started the long process of doing this. So first step is to research those ADU trends and project the credits towards the RHNA, count the pipeline projects by income level, identify vacant parcels, and then finally, if remaining capacity is needed, then look for rezone sites. So looking at our totals here, again. So the sixth cycle RHNA you can see is 191 units. There with the buffer is a total of 215 units. We've got our assumed accessory dwelling units here, 32 to moderate and 32 to above moderate. City doesn't have a track record of ADUs coming up as being actually affordable, so we didn't want to make those assumptions here. They need to be backed up with data, and we didn't have that to point to, so we've assigned them to moderate and above moderate. And then the city's pending and approved projects, you see we've got 3 units of very low, 45 of low, which are awesome, really help our goals. 10 units at moderate, and then 51 units at above moderate. Right, so a total of 109 units in the pipeline. And then I've calculated here, you can see the remaining capacity that we need to reach. So next we'll look at vacant sites to try to see if we have vacant sites to meet these goals. So ADUs and pending and approved projects do not provide sufficient capacity to meet the lower income RHNA. So then with staff input, we identified vacant sites with a potential for development. So we were looking for vacant residential sites, and particularly looking because, again, remember our goal that is we're doing okay on moderate and above moderate. We really need to find lower income units. So really we were looking for any vacant properties that were zone DR20 that allow 20 dwelling units an acre. These are pictures of maps that were presented at Workshop 1. This is just showing the process. What you can see here is that all the little colored parcels are ones that came up vacant at the time. And the selected ones were ones that meet HCD's criteria to even have the potential for lower income housing. So this was step one. We presented this at Community Workshop 1, not to talk about the sites, but to talk about the process and to introduce the process. So with city staff input, we analyzed vacant sites to identify those with potential for rezoning, because we don't have any in those vacant units. There's no DR20, so there's no lower income units. We're going to have to propose some sites for rezoning. So we looked at those vacant sites, and we had to see which ones really do meet HCD's criteria for potential for lower income housing. So the first bit of criteria is that sites have to be between half an acre and 10 acres in size. So the city does have a number of vacant parcels that are in single family zones, and a lot of them are small and less than a half acre. So any site that's less than a half acre, HCD won't really accept it as lower income capacity. Next, it must be in general proximity to goods, services, and transportation routes. Okay. It must allow for a minimum density of 20 dwelling units an acre. And then another state requirement, it must allow for a minimum of 16 units per site. So this requirement actually, most cities don't have to worry about this as much, but in the case of Solvang, where so many of the vacant sites are small, it really disqualifies a lot of the vacant parcels, because in order to reach that goal of 16 units per site, the density would have to be much beyond what the city is accustomed to and used to. So I have an example here. If you have a half acre site and you need to provide 16 units, the allowed density would need to be at minimum 32 dwelling units an acre. And just a note here, the GPAC opted to keep the allowed maximum density in the city at 20 and not increase it. So this is really beyond the city's intent, and it really isn't feasible on many sites. So this eliminated a lot of the small sites, particularly in well into single family neighborhoods, where a multifamily product just isn't as feasible. So we, of course, talked about these sites with city staff, and city staff identified a number of them that were constrained to such a point that multifamily development really isn't feasible on those sites. Sites are allowed, you're allowed to use sites with some constraints, but city staff felt like these sites were constrained and often very far from those transportation routes, goods and services and jobs that people need to access. So these sites were considered completely constrained and removed from consideration for rezone. So after removing all the completely constrained sites, there were five parcels left that have potential for multifamily lower income development. They're shown here. And we talked about these sites at Workshop 2. We went through each one, talked about the potential of each site, some of the site constraints, and then we talked a little bit about the varying ways we can calculate the lower income capacity based on the density that was ultimately chosen. But again, currently the city is chosen to max out at 20 dwelling units an acre. So we chose that route in writing the actual sites inventory. So following Workshop 2 in that discussion, then we began writing the sites inventory, which was eventually presented to GPAC for review. So in preparation of that GPAC, that initial draft that the GPAC saw, we did a few things. So we consolidated parcels that were adjacent. We added a new site based on, we heard from an owner that they were interested. So that was included at Site 4. And then as far as our income assumptions to meet the RHNA, in that first early draft, we assumed that Sites 1 and 3 would be counted as capacity for lower income units, and that the whole site would be counted as that. And then we also decided that Sites 2 and 4 were initially assumed for moderate or above moderate capacity. As part of our analysis, though, even though some of these were identified as moderate and above moderate, we actually proposed rezoning all of these sites to DR20, and I'll explain why. So we have 4 sites in town, and with the new no net loss laws, basically what we don't want a jurisdiction to get caught in is just meeting that minimum requirement with the 120%, with the minimum number of parcels being considered, and especially considered for rezone, because what we found is through this process, these sites change, and we'll see that as this goes on. We wanted to start with more sites than we needed. Obviously, if you assumed 100% lower income capacity on all 4 of these sites, you'd get a much higher number than our RENA. And, honestly, we didn't write that into the plan because it kind of scares people. They see a large number, they see 100% lower income, and they get a little scared thinking that that's going to come to their neighborhood, right? I just want to remind everybody that this is a capacity analysis as far as the state is concerned. If you have a parcel that is appropriate and zoned for lower income capacity, you should count the whole site as lower income capacity. What we didn't want to do was scare people off by having too high of a lower income buffer, but we also wanted to bring up the idea of rezoning on all 4 of these sites. And again, we'll see that play out because some of these sites changed through the process. And we were glad that we did include all 4 sites suggested at DR20. So again, so we're already meeting the moderate and above moderate income capacity just between ADUs and pending projects. Why are we assuming more? So just to back up my points here, if we rezone each of these to DR20 to allow 20 dwelling units an acre, we're actually creating the opportunity for low income development that doesn't currently exist. We have, however, run our numbers based on a conservative assumption, and this responds to HCD's requirements. They want realistic capacity assumptions. You are allowed to say they're 100% low income, but you're not allowed to just multiply the max density times the acreage and just say that's the capacity. You actually have to provide some analysis of trends or analysis of the zoning code to actually reduce that maximum, because projects very rarely get built at 100% of max density. But in doing so in taking this approach, and this is what we're really trying to do. So we're trying to make sure that the city has sufficient capacity to meet the lower income goals. Even if a lower income site is challenged by HCD or developed at market rate or just dropped from the analysis. We don't want to come in with only 2 sites and then have one of them go out the window and then have to start all over. The city, if that happens after the housing element is certified, right? Like if I've written a housing element and it only has 2 sites and it just meets the bare minimum and it gets certified, and then 6 months later somebody puts in an application on one of those sites for market rate, the city has to go back and do this whole analysis all over again and reprove to HCD that they have land to zone for lower income capacity, because there wasn't enough of a buffer to have a site move one way or the other. And of course, we don't want to catch the public off guard late in the process and say, hey, we don't have enough sites now, we're going to rezone this site. And that whoever the owner is, whoever the neighbors are, they haven't even had a chance to talk, to have any input on it. That's not what we want. So we heard some feedback from the GPAC. So the GPAC didn't agree with listing Site 3 as 100% low income due to the constraints. The site is viable for housing, but they felt like, well, it is a constrained site. There are some site costs involved there. So assuming it will be 100% lower income capacity just didn't seem comfortable or realistic. And the GPAC and city staff felt that a better distribution was 20 dwelling units considered for lower income, and the rest going to moderate and above moderate. Again, if we want, we could list all the sites as lower income capacity and carry a huge buffer there. But usually that's not how cities want to work. They want to give a more realistic impression of what they think is going to happen on these sites. I know it's just a guess. That's all we're doing. But by providing enough of a buffer, we can actually make it so that the city doesn't have to jump through a bunch of hoops if something doesn't go to plans. So another comment we've heard recently is there's been suggestions that city parking lots in the TRC zone be considered for housing development while retaining the existing parking at surface level. This parking is really, it's critical to the city, but there were ideas, well, can we build parking above it? So I just wanted to say, we discussed these sites with the city early on in the process, but the reality is that developing residential units above an existing functioning parking lot is incredibly expensive. And that's not even to talk about where are the people who live there, where are they going to park? They're probably just going to take up that parking lot. So it really creates problems that make lower income development, assuming lower income development, really infeasible. Some other points are the city would lose control of those city-owned parking lots, and that the housing element would need to outline the city's plans to sell these parcels or outline their plans to release RFPs to develop them. And we'd have to outline those plans before the housing element can be certified. So we're not recommending looking at these sites currently as part of the housing element. Of course, the city can do whatever it chooses. And then so in preparing the public review draft, there were a few changes. Those changes based on GPAC comments, but a few others. So first, I apologize for this. The sites were relabeled from numbers to letters, and that's just to match HCD's sites inventory form. I apologize for that. So now the sites are A, B, C, and D. And then based on GPAC and city staff feedback, those assumptions for site C, the larger site with 2 parcels, were lowered from 110 units to a total of just 76. They felt that was more realistic, and they gave a realistic breakdown of units that they'd like to see, so we included that. And then assumptions for sites B and D, these were formerly sites 2 and 4, again, I apologize, were changed from moderate to a mix of lower and above moderate units we needed those lower income units to meet the lower income RHNA. I'll go through each of the sites quickly here. This is site A. This is a 1 acre site. It has a maximum at 20 dwelling units an acre. It has a maximum capacity of 20 and a realistic capacity of about 17. This site, we will talk about it in a moment. Based on public comment, this site has actually been removed because the owner would not like to be included in the housing element. And HCD won't let us use sites with owner opposition. Site B is a little over a half acre at 20 dwelling units an acre. This has a maximum capacity of 13 and a realistic capacity of 11. And initially our assumptions were 4 very low, 4 low, and 3 above moderate. Site C is a larger site with 2 parcels. It's about 5.5 acres. Maximum capacity at 20 dwelling units an acre would be 110. Realistic set for 76 with the breakdown that changed after following those GPAC comments. And then finally, site D, currently zoned rec. This is 3.7 acres. We spoke with the owner who was interested in the potential for housing here, so we included it. Maximum capacity about 75, realistic capacity 64, and these were counted as 35 very low, 3 low, and 26 above moderate in the draft. So how does that look with those 4 sites in the public review draft? I know that we've said that one of the sites has changed already, but as far as the public review draft, here's a breakdown. So with those 4 sites, we actually were able to come up with an assumption that met our very low income RHNA, as well as carried a small buffer in the low income category. The moderate and above moderate are very high because most of the land in the city is currently above moderate. So you'll see you have, for above moderate here, you have a lot of numbers coming in from accessory dwelling units pending and approved projects, vacant sites, 74, and then our rezone sites, we are including some just because we gave a more realistic, hopefully more realistic breakdown of what we thought could happen at those sites. And we do that just because if we assume 100% and we just hit the minimum again, we'll have to restart the whole process and find new sites. So our process here was to try to, with those 4 sites, meet the very low and low income RHNA, and we were able to. Again, why are moderate and above moderate so high? I just covered this, but again, the city just has a lot of vacant, low density, single family parcels that HCD considers above moderate. We do assume some moderate and above moderate, but that's just to give the city a more realistic idea of the acreage they're going to have to rezone. By taking a realistic capacity analysis on those sites, we'll make sure that you're not only zoning 2 parcels and then immediately having to redo the process. So as a reminder, any site that's zoned for that 20 dwelling units an acre, whether we count it as above moderate, or lower income, it's actually, as far as HCD is concerned, it is zoning for lower income capacity. It is just meeting that 20 dwelling units an acre. The state feels like, hey, it's more likely that lower income affordable housing will go in on that site. So while we are providing the zoning, we're suggesting that the city provide the zoning for the lower income capacity. We're not suggesting that they assume 100% lower income on all those sites. And it is okay to assume some moderate and above moderate if it's realistic and it goes along with historic trends. So some comments that we heard. So just prior to the release of the public review draft, a letter came in asking for Site A to be removed from consideration. The letter was from the owner. We didn't have time to revise this as the draft was going out, but we will need to in the next iteration. So Site A, which had an assumption of, I think, 17 lower income units, now it can't be used in the housing element. We can't use it to provide proof that we've provided capacity for lower income units because the owner is in opposition. So the lower income units that were assumed for that site need to be redistributed among sites B, C, and D. And you can see how if we didn't have enough acreage already discussed for this, losing a site and all of a sudden having 17 unaccounted for units can be really tough, and you have to go find another site. We don't want to do that. We have a little excess acreage right now, so we're trying to make our assumptions more realistic. So, but that being said, regardless of the owner intent or what happens in the housing element, the city can redesignate land as it sees fit through the update to the land use element and the general plan update that's happening currently. Commenters argued that the larger portion of Site C should not be included due to the constraints on the site. And I just wanted to point out that the owner of that site also submitted a letter, and that a few points here. So regarding that site, regarding the larger portion of C, without a rezone, the maximum capacity on that parcel is 2 dwelling units an acre. So the parcel can't provide any lower income capacity for the city at all. And it's the second largest piece of vacant land in the city as I see looking at maps. So, you know, having the second largest vacant land in the city and only getting, 10 housing units out of it may not be the efficiency the city wants to see. Next point, so moderate and above moderate are more realistic assumptions for the site based on the identified constraints. There are some site constraints that may cost more money to overcome. right? Third point, so by rezoning both the parcels, the owner can use portions of the larger parcel that aren't constrained. So the larger parcel is appropriate for multifamily development. It may be more expensive. It may have some constraints that need to be mitigated, but it is appropriate for residential use. And then finally, and this is one of the key points, is that sites included in the housing element, especially towards the lower income goals, they need to be incentivized by the city to make affordable housing more feasible. So some of the things we're hearing about the costs of due to the constraints, by actually not including it, the city can't then work to incentivize it in the way that it incentivizes housing production through the housing element. I just wanted to raise that so everybody has that information. And then finally, I wanted to raise this point regarding the comment letters. While letters from neighbors are considered, HCD is likely to put more weight behind a letter from a property owner. HCD does not consider traffic issues to be a valid reason for not considering a site. Here's the next one. Are you ready? HCD does not consider water constraints in reviewing the site's inventory. I know that that's a big one for people too. It's just the reality. In fact, in another jurisdiction where I'm currently working, they don't have water capacity to meet the RHNA, and HCD actually required that they include programs to get the infrastructure in place in order to provide that water. So it's not only does it not allow you to remove a site, but HCD might actually hold you accountable for putting the infrastructure in place to make that site viable. Okay, I hear some talking in the room. Can't see anybody. I'll just continue. And then finally, environmental impacts are evaluated through the general plan EIR. I wanted to raise that point, which is upcoming. So finally, some implications of removing that part of Site C, that larger part. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. Without the larger parcel, Site C can only accommodate 16 lower income units because the smaller parcel is about 1 acre, I believe. So we would have, even if we assumed 100% lower income capacity, it would only provide 16 units towards our lower income housing goal. And then the remaining lower income units would need to be redistributed among the remaining sites. So we have 3 sites left, B, C, and D. If we take a big chunk out of C, the assumptions that went there have to go to B and D. And then another point, so if the larger portion is removed from the housing element, the owner of Site C won't be able to incorporate portions of the larger parcel into a unified development due to zoning incompatibility. So if you have one parcel that's 20 dwelling units an acre and one that's 2, and you want to go into the larger parcel in the non-constrained sections and work with that, he won't be able to do that without going through a rezone effort on his own, his or her own. And that point is here. So owner-driven rezoning for the property will make lower income development even more infeasible due to the time and expense involved with going through a rezone process and a general plan amendment. One of the benefits of rezoning through the housing element is that it's not a cost that is passed on to developers, and it makes affordable housing more feasible. So I know we will probably be here for a while. I'll be here to answer your questions, but I just wanted to go through some next steps real quick. Based on the comments that we hear tonight, revise the draft housing element to respond to public comments and feedback from the city council, and then we'll submit to the state for initial review. That review is 90 days, and they will use every day of it. We are also working to initiate the environmental impact report, which is hinged upon our sites inventory here in the housing element. And then after we receive HCD comments, we'll revise the draft again and hold public hearings. So there will be opportunities for further public engagement as well as further direction from the City Council. And then finally, submit the adopted element to HCD for 60-day review. So following that adoption, then we submit to HCD. They again take the full review period to certify you. And unfortunately, what we found in the 6th cycle is that HCD's authority has led to multiple rounds of review, where usually it used to just be the 2. Now you have a 90-day review and a 60-day review, and jurisdictions are still getting more comments, more and more comments after that review. So we are telling our clients that that may be coming. We do our best to get out in front of that, and we read comment letters from other jurisdictions to try to get out in front of HCD, but it really it depends on your reviewer. And so yeah, there may be more review. If that happens, typically what happens is we have to bring it back for readoption after that second round of review. Then we submit to HCD again, and they take another 60 days. So it is quite a process. I apologize for this long presentation, but I'm here to take council's questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Council members, questions?
Comments? Yes, no questions.
Well, we'll get to comments in a little bit. You have a question? No, we'll do that in a bit after we get through public comment. Okay, so at this point in time, we're going to ask for public comment. I have a stack of public comment requests. So let's go through these, and then we'll bring it back up to the council for final comments, and we'll get and we'll go on.
What are those ones there, Mr. Mayor?
Those are the ones we already did.
Okay.
That was from previous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can the public ask the consultant any questions at all, or we just have to?
I'm afraid not at this time. We couldn't go the back and forth. So make your presentations, and we'll listen. He's going to listen as well, and then we'll talk to him at the end.
Will there ever be a time when we can ask the questions to the consultant?
I don't think so, and except, no, the GPAC does that for those members that are on the General Plan Advisory Committee. Those are the folks that have it, and Mr. Duncan, sitting right there, is one of them, and Elizabeth Breen back there is one of them, and I'm one, and Miss Claudia Rona is one. So we will be glad to take those, and Joan Jameson, thank you. So if you've got a particular question that you need answered, then you send it to us, and we will get it to the GPAC.
Yeah, put it in writing, and then you can get an answer and get back to them.
Right, and we'll get it answered in writing. Go ahead, Lansing. Come up to the front.
If I ask a GPAC question, is that going to eat into my 3 minutes that I'd like to have as a member of the public? Because, for instance,
yes. We got a lot to go through. Let's see where we are, and then maybe we'll get that question as well, Lansing, and I appreciate your
If I may, maybe it might be a good idea we get all the comment, and obviously there's questions or certain things that, after the consultant hears all of them, he
and the
can answer
consultant
some
may
of
be able
them.
to address
Yeah.
some of those right directly. Okay. All right.
If I may say one thing as staff, before we go to public comment. This is Lori Tamora. The staff, the consultant made a great presentation. Today, we are in the middle of the 10-day response to comments for from the public. And we will be bringing this back to the City Council on February 13th for final review of the responses to the comments, and also asking for initiation for the environmental review and forwarding the draft housing element to HCD. So on February 13th, there will be additional steps to this process. I just wanted to make sure everybody heard that.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go through this. This is a very well orchestrated series of comments, I'm sure. Mr. Dan Martin.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dan Martin. I'm a lifelong resident of San Ynez Valley and a longtime resident of Solvang. I am also the president of the Mission Oaks Owners Association. Mission Oaks has provided you with a detailed letter regarding the proposed rezoning of Site 3, which lies between Alamo Pintado and Mission Oaks. And Mission Oaks residents know these two parcels far better than the out-of-town consultants who claim the larger, steeper parcel was suitable for affordable units at the low and very low income levels. Our letters and public testimony have documented the many issues that will add to the difficulty and the cost of this section, including steep slopes requiring excessive grading, retaining walls and erosion control, and existing eroded drainage, expansive Diablo soil requiring excavation and importation of non-expansive materials, the need of on-site drainage structures such as retention basin, and the preservation of a historic Mission aqueduct. Considering how difficult it will be to develop affordable housing on the site, it is not surprising the review draft now envisions only 18, I thought I heard 17, very low and two low units. This is a dramatic reduction from the original projection of 45 very low and 45 low units made by the consultants that clearly did not study the site carefully and generally ignored the warnings of Solvang residents voiced at the workshops. The review draft, however, now includes 20 moderate units and 36 above moderate units, none of which were previously proposed for this site. Like other Solvang residents, we know that traffic and water, despite the recent rains, are the city's biggest problems. And considering these problems, the city does not need to create far more moderate and above moderate units than are necessary, as Table H59 indicates. If the city needs to produce low and very low income housing, the steeper the Site 3 parcels is not a good location, as your own staff has pointed out. The affordable units would undoubtedly be placed on lower, flatter parts of the site. According to the text on H104, contrasting the difficulty parcel of the site, the southern parcel is flat and therefore significantly less costly to develop. We encourage the city to omit the steeper parcel and the unneeded moderate and above moderate units from Site 3 in order to produce a realistic and achievable housing element with a minimum of collateral damage to the entire community that would affect all of us far into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask you to hold your applause, please. We're going to be here as long as it is. Karen Waite, please.
Karen Waite, Solvang resident, former president of the board of directors for ID1 of our water district here in the San Ynez Valley, former city council member, and former board of architectural review trustee for the city of Solvang. As you can see, recent rain illustrated once again that drainage and flooding are very important issues for Solvang. Roads were closed, bridges collapsed, businesses and homes were flooded. Drainage issues will be a major concern for Site C, and especially for the steep hillside parcel. An existing drainage runs over both parcels, but most of it is confined to the steeper parcel. In most recent storm events, sheet flows from this deeply incised drainage deposited debris onto Alamo Pintado Road and onto lesser degree Old Mission Drive. Because of the existing drainage flow, the steep slopes, permeability problems, and soil erosion issues, development of 76 to 110 units with their impermeable surfaces will certainly require a retention basin like that required for the Mercantile across the street, but significantly larger. Installing permeable surfaces might reduce the size of the basin, but that would be prohibitively expensive, especially for affordable housing. Even with the inclusion of that basin, under certain conditions, a river of water will still be flowing down Alamo Pintado, across Highway 246, an area heavily impacted by the most recent storm event that we all witnessed. This may require expensive and disruptive off-site drainage improvements in order to mitigate potential flooding impacts. The more expensive homes that would be developed on the hillside parcel are simply not needed, so why reduce the ability of the flatter corner to produce affordable housing and impact the community with all the collateral damage by including the steep hillside in Site C? And please put this in the records as my comments.
Thanks, Karen.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Have to discuss that. I'm sorry. Mr. John, is it Moisen? Hoyson? I apologize.
Mayor Infante, council members, my name is John Moison, and I spoke to you previously about the development proposed for Site C. I also attended the Planning Commission's hearing, and both my mother and I wrote letters commenting on what is proposed. My mother described how difficult it is to get around with the current traffic condition, which I now seem is irrelevant to the procedure. So both she and I are very concerned about what is proposed on Site C. For what I've learned, you're estimating the site will only produce 20 very low and low units, meets the state requirements. So why do we need 56 or perhaps even 90 units at 20 units per acre on the upper site? It seems like we have an excessive surplus of that. They're not needed, and the area's congestion and increased hazards for emergency vehicles. So again, traffic conditions, I was just learned that that is irrelevant also. These 56 to 90 unneeded units will also require more water than we likely have. Learning that water is not an issue in this evaluation. I'm just going to skip through here because that's what I was going to talk about.
Tell them, because HCD may think it's irrelevant, but we know it isn't.
Well,
And they, city leaders, should take that into account.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
So it just makes no sense to rezone the steeper parcel for DR20. If the city doesn't require more expensive units, it will, more expensive units will create. They'll simply further stress our traffic, our water problems, both of which are already worsening. And again, those don't seem like to be an issue according to this evaluation. If the developer is telling you he requires development of the upper parcel to subsidize the lower, then the site just isn't suitable to develop affordable housing. Do you have to produce 3 or 4 market rate units for every affordable one created? What is the ratio? Where is the analysis? Let's permit developing the hillside at a density that it currently is. We'll get in there 10 units plus additional ADUs. That could be an additional 20 at moderate or above moderate. Then the city would get a real plan rather than just pledge to create some affordable units. Developers asking for all kinds of subsidies, incentives, and exceptions of height limits and parking requirements. Would these apply to the entire project, including the market rate units? We're already subsidizing this project by providing a free rezone and basic environmental review. Why should we subsidize the development of the upper parcel when it will not provide affordable units, adding to the current traffic and water problems? Again, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Barbara Allen?
Make some adjustments here.
Can you
Good
get it?
evening. My name is Barbara Allen, and I've been a resident of Solvang for 32 years. And I'd like to talk about the unique character of our community, which our residents and countless visitors enjoy. Solvang prides itself on the views from the city and natural environment that surrounds us. We also respect and celebrate the multifaceted history of Solvang. I believe the steep hillside parcel of Site C incorporates these valuable, irreplaceable resources such as the scenic vistas and the Mission Aqueduct. It would be a shame to destroy them for expensive homes that the city does not need. When the city was first incorporated, community leaders used the community design development to describe and direct appropriate development to promote a vision of a unique small town. It is the community design element that directed the very special character of the village area and considered important things like gateways, hillside development, and scenic vistas. It is not at all surprising that the view of Site C and to the east and south to the mountains beyond was designated as a scenic vista by community leaders when the city was incorporated. The first general plan was written and the community design element was adopted. I cannot imagine how developing 90 to 110 homes, most of which the city does not need, can be done on this steep hillside, let alone do it without destroying this beautiful view that the community design element was meant to protect. This same hillside parcel contains a long, undamaged segment of the Mission Aqueduct that connected Alamo Pintado Creek with Mission Santa Ynez, emptying into the large basin you now see in front of the Mission. It is actually part of a complex of Mission period water infrastructure resources that reflect how important water has always been for our community. The grist mill and the fulling mill, both early examples of the Industrial Revolution also tied to water, remain and have been restored, but only because members of our community had the vision to protect them and not destroy them with development. We certainly understand why the community needs affordable housing, but the housing the state is requiring the city to provide must be high density, at least DR20. It must be low cost in order to be the very low and low levels that are needed. The steep hillside parcel is not appropriate for high density, and it will be very expensive to develop. In conclusion, we ask that you do not ignore the wishes of the initial community developers and destroy these unique, valuable, and irreplaceable resources that make Solvang special, such as this scenic vista and the Mission Aqueduct, in order to produce profit for a developer on expensive homes we do not need.
Thank you very much. Denise, Johns, I'm sorry. Having a tough time reading some of these signatures.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Denise Johns. I live in the Mission Oaks neighborhood. I'm here this evening to point out that the housing element actually doesn't, with regards to the Site C and the intensive development that is proposed there, doesn't actually conform to the rest of the city's planning documents, some of the city's planning documents and policies. And so I'm recommending that you not consider Site C, the steep part of that parcel, to be developed. The mass grading that would be required to accomplish the development there would remove all of the cultural assets, the natural and natural environment, the habitat. It is also in your open space and conservation element indicates that that parcel, Site C, has a high likelihood of architectural, cultural resources, the likelihood of those being present at the site, which would be removed during development. Your stormwater management plan also contradicts the goals of the stormwater management plan. Goals actually require minimum grading and a generous amount of impermeable surface as part of this development, and making whatever development takes place in the site extremely expensive. So I'm hoping that you will look at the housing element to also conform to the rest of the general plans, elements, goals, and policies, which generally are to protect natural resources, the scenic vistas, our cultural resources, et cetera. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Wendy Gregerson.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Gregerson. I live at 638 Aqueduct in Solvang, and our family has been in the area for quite a while, a little over 100 years.
It's quite a while.
And I was really hoping I could get Alex to make this presentation for me, but he left. And you've heard a lot, and we're repeating ourselves, but we're repeating ourselves because we know a lot about what's going on in this land. And the 20 units of affordable housing cited for Site C, as you have heard, will undoubtedly be developed in the lower area. And permitting the additional moderate to above moderate new homes will only create significant chaos. and cost, ever-increasing traffic congestion affecting Alamo Pintado and Highway 246 and the intersection, so all around it. And as well, it's going to increase adjacent alternate route traffic that's starting to go through the communities exponentially. There's simply too few roads in Solvang for us to be able to handle a constantly increasing traffic. I'd also like to bring up about tourism. It is one of our number one income resources. And Highway 246 and Alamo Pintado are throughways to, from, and in Solvang. And if the character of Solvang changes and becomes less appealing, and we start to lose tourism, we will all face the consequences of those decisions because it will impact our economy. The potential developer of Site C is asking the city, basically, I'm not a developer, but basically it sounds like he's asking us to write a blank check because he wants incentives and funding and eliminating restrictions. And he further states there's going to be economic difficulty to be able to build affordable housing, so the city should go further by offering reductions in parking requirements, increasing building heights, clustering, density bonuses. We all know it's going to be costly. And we'll have to compromise. But if we compromise the character of the community and quality of life at this point, we have no concrete knowledge to the full extent of the plans being considered, we should not move forward until we understand what's going to be built, when it's going to be built, how it's going to be built, how it's going to be paid for, and that we are actually going to get what the city needs, which is the low-income housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. John Royce.
For what it's worth, thank you for listening. John Royce, 687 Hillside Drive. Don't burn yourself, I warned as we prepared fajitas at home this weekend. Like a severe burn that results from a careless move, development plans we set in motion today can have painful long-term consequences. In Solvang, many of our jobs do not accommodate our workforce's ability to house themselves. As a basic tenet of a healthy community, I firmly believe that we share an obligation to provide reasonable opportunities for livable, affordable housing for employees our city demands. Beyond the benefits for working residents, our community benefits as well. If our workforce must live elsewhere, we exacerbate the crush of inbound and outbound traffic and parking issues, which apparently are not a concern. But since employees use the same roads and parking spaces as customers and tourists who spin our local economic engines. And when they live elsewhere, they spend the money they earn here someplace else. For these reasons, citing higher density workforce housing close to employment and local amenities makes perfect sense. However, the current rezoning proposal and stated intentions of Lot C's developer go far beyond the needs spelled out in the RHNA we've all been asked to consider. In the developer's submitted letter, he takes issue with those of us objecting to unnecessary units. While the draft element does propose 18 very low and 2 low-income category units on the lower 1-acre parcel, it also proposes 56 moderate to above moderate units on the larger parcel. These units are simply not needed to satisfy our RHNA projections. According to Table H59, we have more than enough credits for those categories on the other sites that do not require rezoning. In the same letter, the developer suggests the city help with fee waivers, density bonuses, grants, and other incentives. They're asking taxpayers to help pay for it. Incentives for workforce housing are reasonable. Incentives for higher profit housing we don't need. Makes absolutely no sense. Unneeded units invite traffic congestion and population increases while serving no intended purpose from a community planning standpoint. In a nutshell, a sustainable plan accommodates the projections the RHNA clearly defines. A plan that goes beyond invites unnecessary growth. To claim otherwise is opportunistic on the part of the developer. If the crux of the argument to develop Site C is the urgent need for affordable housing, and we know we have that, we should exclude the larger parcel in the DR20 rezoning process. Rezoning the 1 acre parcel provides the opportunity to produce affordable units we require, and we must plan carefully or we will burn ourselves for generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen Martin? No, I don't think we can.
My name is Stephen Martin. I'm a multi-year resident of Mission Oaks here in Solvang. To me, and when everything I've read, affordable housing is the issue, not above moderate, not up moderate, not high-income people, but our workers and our modest income folks who need to have homes here in Solvang. If you look back, if you could project that, it would be great. If you look back at table H1, Solvang, over the last fifth cycle, Solvang met its obligations through the to meet the reading requirements. But it's interesting to note that Solvang built 10 more low and very low income units than required, and it built 76 more moderate and above moderate units than required. And these figures suggest to me, at least, and I hope to you, that we should be adjusting our planning and encouraging more lower rather than higher income units. In the sixth cycle, there's little space remaining to provide housing for those with modest incomes and workers who need more space or do not want to commute. And our finite resources cannot accommodate many more residents who bring some of the issues that have been talked about before. We must also avoid permanently compromising the unique character of the city and its neighborhoods and its beautiful environment and important tourist trade and our safety. So we are obliged to use our remaining space and our resources wisely. And to meet that obligation, council must modify the housing element to plan for needed affordable housing while not promoting unnecessary higher income housing, which attracts additional residents simply seeking a desirable place to live, but bringing with them all the needs and problems that we face here in Solvang. The consultant proposes high-density rezoning for Site C. You've heard that, and you've heard the number of units, 90 to 110, that could go on that site. The consultant also proposes the extra 56 moderate and above moderate units for that site. It is undoubted that the affordable housing will be built on the 1 acre site, and the 56 units for higher income units will be built on the 4.4 acre site. But these units are not needed to meet RENA requirements. If you look at the corrected table H59 that's submitted with the plan, it shows that Solvang is now once again planning to overproduce moderate and above moderate units by 286% this time and 348 and 304% respectively. The owner may say he needs both parcels rezoned to make affordable housing profitable, but as we have heard, he has the adjacent land that allows him to build 10 units he could combine with the affordable units and make it more profitable. So I respectfully urge this council to take the 4 acre parcel out of Site C and not rezone it. And I certainly hope we'll have a chance to ask questions to the consultant at a loss of his explanation about why and who makes the decisions that we need more moderate and above moderate income homes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kent Lockhart?
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and staff, thank you. My name is Kent Lockhart. I'm going to show some slides, so I'll bring the audience and you to the attention for that. The first one here basically is what we were provided in order to start looking and evaluating our perception of this proposal. As you can see, there's 3 areas here that didn't even have a correct addition or percentages provided on the slide. So it was sometimes a little difficult for us to understand some of the things happening. If I could have the next slide, please. Using the corrected table H59, I think this is key to understanding that Solvang's housing element. I'm going to work my way down the total column on the right, okay? Solvang needs 191 units for the 6th cycle. We get 109 pending or approved projects and 64 ADUs. We get credit for that. 75 vacant sites, and then the consultant says we need to rezone 6 parcels to create the 168 units. The rezoning brings the total to 416 units, which is a whopping 218% above and beyond what the RENA says we need for the next 8 years. If I could have the next slide. So this is what was in the proposal that we were provided. As you can see here, okay, there are actually 6, and they're designated now with A, B, C, and D. For the rezoning at the city's expense. Now, we've also learned tonight, as well as the awareness that the 2 sites and 2 parcels in Site A have been withdrawn from the owner. I think this provides us an opportunity to figure out how to reshuffle and get things in place that are more appropriate for us and the city. If you could go to slide 4. Thank you. This is an alternative plan. It shows that table H54 is Site A is gone. Site B remains at 11 units. Okay. The next 3 bullet points were actually that I have were actually formed before we heard some of the presentation tonight because we are not aware of that. But if you remove parcel C, Site C is removed. The city doesn't have the expense required, and we still have the numbers to achieve. The owner wishes to develop that. They have the opportunity to do that by going through the normal process. And the remaining Site C can realistically hold 20 units, although tonight it said 16. Unfortunately, the staff has already said, and it was in the document, that it could contain 20. Site D would remain at 64. Let me show you what that actually looks like then, because the numbers then get produced on slide 5 here. All right? With the credits, vacant sites, and rezoning of just 3 parcels in Solvang, we can meet our needs for the next 8 years. We also then have the workforce housing, the very low and the low units necessary, and we have a great buffer there as well that's already provided in it. Thank you very much for your time. I have to say, if we go ahead with the rezone of B and C, both parcels on C, we also have building that's going to be taking place at Alamo Pintado and Village Lane. We are going to have a massive change to Alamo Pintado in that intersection.
Thank you very much.
Keep it to 3.
Lansing, Duncan.
Keep it to 3.
Well, what I wanted to point out to you this evening was that Solvang really doesn't have a very good record in terms of certain planning decisions. And that's why there's a certain amount of mistrust. And I've had a long list to list out for you, but I'm going to make that shorter so I can try and address some of the new information we've been given. But some of the things that created the problems is, for instance, decimating the city's planning department and losing all that institutional knowledge and community loyalty, thereby increasing your dependence on an out-of-town consultants and contractors who are not familiar with the lay of the land or Solvang's unique character and history and are more likely to give you generic proposals. Another one, of course, was seriously considering the demolition of the Vets Hall, an important community building and the city's most valuable historic resource apart from Mission San Ynez. Now you're poised to make another large-scale blunder, 4.5 acres worth, that will haunt the community well into the future by rezoning a very prominent steep hillside along a major roadway for high-density development that's totally inappropriate due to the many issues the public has pointed out. Given that the hillside parcel DR20 zoning will weaponize it, just as the lumberyard property was weaponized, allowing the developer to demand expedited and limited review, height and parking concessions, etc., under state laws such as SB 330 and SB 35 that the consultant pointed out. And this parcel is twice as large as the lumberyard. Okay. If you're telling us it's necessary to provide affordable housing, I really don't think it is. I think we just have to be a little smarter than this out-of-town consultant. We could call it bait and switch, but we can already see that the bait is relatively small and the danger is enormous. On the other hand, it clearly is a wolf in sheep's clothing, with unnecessary, inappropriate overdevelopment on Site C on the pretext of meeting state requirements. Should you go forward with the rezoning of both Site C parcels as proposed, well into the future, people will be scratching their heads, residents and visitors wondering who could have thought such a prominent, challenging site was appropriate for high-density development, when it was so obvious only the flatter corner parcel was suitable for affordable housing, and when so many members of the public voiced their concern that the city was once again shooting itself in the foot. I'd just like to say, I don't see why the consultants think there can only be 16 units on the corner parcel. Ken Hunter's managed to get 32 with his bonus across the street. I would also say that he has misrepresented the GPEC's recommendations. The GPEC, I think, probably agreed with staff's analysis that at most they could get 20 affordable units out of this site, but the GPEC did not say you should then attempt to put all those other units. We did not give them a number that they should put in as the balance of that site. The other thing I would point out, and I'm sorry for my shouting out to all of you, okay, obviously water and traffic are important issues. And although we may think, the consultant may tell us we should ignore them for this process, I know you as elected officials will not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lansing. Appreciate it.
And I do think you can readjust the numbers in order to meet their need without rezoning the steeper hillside parcel. It's just a matter of moving things around.
Thank you. Elizabeth Breen?
I'm not here to talk about Site C.
Really?
I'm Elizabeth Breen. I'm on the GPAC. I'm a resident of Solvang, and I'm also the association executive for the San Ynez Valley Association of Realtors, and I'm here in that capacity primarily tonight. So I want to talk about a couple of other things that have not been discussed at all, and I'll try to be very brief. First, I want to say that I want to take everyone back to the guiding principles that were agreed to at the beginning of the general plan. And the part that had to do with housing was very quick. Solvang is committed to providing a variety of obtainable, amenity-rich housing and sustainable neighborhoods for its residents, period. So when we started from that, the GPAC, the consultant, the council, the planning commission, we didn't take any of that lightly. We spent a lot of time. We've been meeting since May of 2021 on this, and we have spent a lot of time. The Association of Realtors spent time trying to identify vacant parcels. There are very few. We are not talking here tonight about what the consultant is trying to quote-unquote sell us or try to push onto the council. We're talking about the state of California. So here's a little reality check on that. In my official position, I received some communication this week regarding notice that the city is going to receive about builder's remedy. So builder's remedy is also called the zoning holiday. And I'm guessing that some of our audience does not know this law. But what it says is that if you do not pass your housing element, get it submitted to get your draft in agreement, get it submitted to HCD, and get that all done by February 15th, 2023, which was Solvang's deadline, you're considered missing the deadline. From the period of the time from February 15th, 2023 to when you have an adopted plan, you're under builder's remedy. That means, and the consultant told us tonight, that would be early 2024. So let's say we're talking about a year. What that means is during that year, you cannot apply your planning or zoning ruling to anything that somebody wants to build. And if the city's not been served with this letter, I know it's coming because I've seen letters that were sent to other cities in the state of California. In the county of Santa Barbara, I know that documentation is coming to everybody, I believe, except Buellton, who is timely, and there's one more, and I'm sorry, I don't remember. But it's a big issue. This council, when we say, oh, they're telling you not to consider water, we're not talking about the consultant. We're talking about the state requirements, and they're saying water and traffic may not be considered as a way to throw out parcels in this planning. So while I appreciate the comments from everybody about this parcel, and I understand them, okay, I'll be really quick.
Keep going.
And I understand them, and I actually have an office at the corner of Alamo Pintado and Village Lane, so I know very well about that flooding at that creek and everything else. The problem is, we're only, as a body, we're forced with what the state lays out for us. And we have to look at how to resolve it. If the planning can go through another process quickly and figure out how to eliminate that part of C that seems to be really the burr under the public saddle, great. But we still have to come up with those numbers, one way or another. And the longer this process takes, the longer you actually lose local control. And I'm sure that your city attorney or your consultant can give you a lot more information about that, but I think it's something that people really need to understand and be aware of. I think that's what I really wanted to say. I just want to make sure I didn't really miss anything, but, we are under a clock here.
We are.
And it's really important to recognize that.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I appreciate it. That is a big concern, and it's one that I'm glad you brought up to everybody here, that if we don't make certain guidelines, then a contractor can come in here and do whatever they want against all of our codes, and we can't stop them.
I've been saying that for 2 years.
I know, so it's an issue. All right, moving right along for a second. Do we have anybody else in the room that would like to speak? Do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to speak? We have somebody?
Josh Richmond.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Josh Richmond, property owner, representing the property owner of Parcel C. I want to first start off by applauding the staff for hard work and effort on this significant document. It's been a long time coming, and a lot of work's been put into this. Not an easy task, fielding so many strong opinions. I want to be clear here that it is not my objective to be adversarial or confrontational or controversial even. My siblings and I have owned this piece of land for 25 years. We grew up here and have roots here. There's been a lot of criticism of this site, but really no significant discussion on where else that housing can be built in Solvang. I haven't heard a single criticism tonight of sites A and B up the street on the next block from here, a 5-minute walk up, that are also being designated for rezoning to 20 units an acre. I don't recall hearing a single criticism of the developer across the street who was able to entitle 32 housing units. For some reason, it's only ours. I want to point out some inconsistency in the comments that are being made. On the one hand, people argue that the site characteristics render it unsuitable for affordable housing. On the other hand, Solvang does not need more higher income housing at all. Therefore, as the opponents would have it, this site shouldn't be developed at all. I'd like to encourage the city to think hard about adopting policies that actually incentivize the construction of housing. Consider allowing by right ministerial approval of projects that comply with defined guidelines. Reduce parking requirements to avoid unnecessary expansive parking lots. Consider providing for density bonuses under the local ordinance to incentivize affordable housing. Consider fee reductions and waivers or deferrals of fees to allow us to develop housing that is more affordable. and consider relaxing requirements that would allow us to work around some of the existing site constraints, like relaxing height limits, relaxing setback requirements, providing flexibility on floor area ratio and building envelopes, things that will allow us to be creative in the distribution of housing around the site. And finally, I want to remind the council that this land is developed on all sides. It's an infill project in the city limits. We've consulted subject matter experts, including civil engineers and architects, and the drainage and grading is absolutely able to be done in a classy and affordable manner, a way that we can in a way that we can put a project on the site that makes sense. So I appreciate everyone's time tonight, and I defer back. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Richmond. Appreciate it. We have another comment on Zoom.
Yes, Mark Frank here. Can you hear me?
No.
You cannot hear me?
A little bit. Can you speak into your microphone a little bit more?
Yeah, I'm right here in front of the computer. I just did all the things that are mentioned. You know, I'm concerned because all the documentation, the exhibits are taken from very high up in the air, and it makes it look like a flat piece of land. This is a massive hill, and my concern, if you look at the drone pictures that I sent along with my letter via email, there's a pretty hilly site there, and I think if by flattening that land out, it could affect the homeowners that are along that property. And, you know, it just, I don't know how they're going to reinforce our hill. So take a look at that in person. If you haven't, it's a very hilly site. It's not a flat land like it is in the pictures.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments.
Okay.
Do we have anybody else on Zoom, Sophia? No? Okay. Do you want to, what's the gentleman from Mintner Harnish? Is he still around?
He is. Ryan? There he is.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm here.
Ryan, how about giving us a little bit of response to hopefully what you've been hearing?
Okay, certainly. Well, you know, a lot of the comments are on the same subject matter, obviously. You know, I don't have an opinion about it, but as a consultant, I'll tell you what I think HCD might think. So, HCD, they're going to read that, well, Site C has some constraints, right? HCD doesn't usually read those and say, get rid of this site. They say, hey, if you're going to keep it in, we need more proof that it's developable. So they may say that, but they're not going to read letters and tell us to throw out a site. I will also say that Mr. Richmond's comments about incentivizing housing production they speak to what the housing element is supposed to do and what HCD wants to see. They are going to read his letter, and they're not as concerned with us responding to public comments. Like, they don't really care if us just saying, oh, we're not going to do that, we're not going to do that. They want, no matter how many comments we got, they want to hear what we are going to do. And it sounds to me like he has some very good suggestions for incentives that may help produce housing. And that's the type of thing that HCD wants to see in the housing element, whether or not we use these sites or any other sites. And so I would take those comments and spend some time and think about what in there or what related to that the city would want to do or be okay with doing, because we do have to incentivize affordable housing production, including moderate income production. So, and that speaks to the talking about missing middle as we brought up. So we will have to say how we are going to respond to Mr. Richmond's letter, and HCD will not be happy if we say no to each one of those points, we will have to actually figure out how to respond in a way that's both responsive and appropriate for the city.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments.
Lori just rose her hand.
Lori?
Our planning consultant.
Sure, please.
Yes, first of all, thanks for the comments from the public. They are reflective of the letters that we have received, and we will be working with the consultants to complete the response to the comments and the amendments to the draft housing element that was out for public review. We will be bringing this package back to the city council on the 13th, and definitely confirming the numbers as pointed out by one of the speakers, and making sure that the document that we forward for the city of Solvang is hopefully well received by HCD. Realizing that they have a 90-day review period, we will start the environmental review of hopefully on that 13th, and start the process so we keep the timeline moving for both the housing element and the general plan update, and so that we take advantage of all the time that we have ahead of us. So we will again bring this back for the February 13th meeting.
There's going to have to be some review of this document. There's obviously some errors in it. For one, it mentions Southern California Edison as our electric company. Oops. We have a hand up from a Mr., I think it's Mark Frank. Is that who that is? Oh, he just hasn't pulled his hand back down. Okay. Thank you. You want yeah, it's working out. Yes, ma'am. Would you like to speak? Please come to the podium.
I'm Elaine Morris. Do I press something? Hi, I'm Elaine Morris, Mayor, members of the council. I just want to respond briefly to Mr. Richmond so that this does go in the record. I know what everything he's asking for is legal. Maybe you were here when he got permitted to redesign the New Frontiers area. He has not been a good actor, and I would like you to keep that in mind. He made promises that he did not keep. He says he's local. He is not using a local attorney. His attorney is in San Francisco. All of the other buildings in the New Frontiers area were supposed to be local businesses. We have CBS. We have Marion Medical Center. We don't have local businesses. He built additional units above his development that are now partially rented and partially out as Airbnbs. So he may be taking advantage of the incentives that the state is willing to offer him, but at some point, you have to ride herd on him. And I do live right near that intersection. Traffic doesn't matter, but one of the things he did promise, and the city said they were going to follow up on, and neither have, is that he would provide enough parking space for his employees. There's no reason for anybody to park on Old Mission unless they're working in the shopping center. And people do because there's not enough parking. So to whatever extent you have influence and whatever compromise you make, please bear in mind that while the state of California may not care about traffic, the people who live here really care about traffic. That's a monster intersection. And if people live there and he does not have to provide parking, where are they going to park? And what kind of traffic do you envision? That's already a nightmare. And by granting him this, I don't want us to be blackmailed into having to do this without giving it as much thought and as much compromise, given the time limits, that we can. Because if this man had not come forward, what would we do? What would we do? He's offering the largest parcel and he knows he is in a position to set conditions for the city to meet its goals. So he kind of has us over a barrel, and that really makes us all uncomfortable. Those of us who live right next to the development know what has gone on in the past few years. And as I said, this is not a person who has what's best in Solvang or even what's best for low-income people in mind. This is a person who has in mind what is best for Josh Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the dais for comments from the city council members. Anybody have a comment?
I do. I want to thank everybody in their comments. I actually spent some time last week and walked the property, parcel C for everybody's indulgence. And I wanted to float an idea from that walk and being on the property. Imagine if there was a lot line adjustment that moved that 1 acre toward the aqueduct, but not to the aqueduct, and the zoning that we're looking for was only on that south parcel, with no change on the north parcel, which is a different legal site. Just an idea for our consultant and opportunities to merge. And the same owner owns both parcels. A lot line adjustment might be the ideal opportunity to satisfy everyone's needs here. And the north part, with some buffer to that aqueduct, I think might be a smart resolution. So.
That's good food for thought.
Anybody else?
Can we meet our deadline and see if we can rezone other parcels to meet arena numbers without having to rely on the development of Site C?
We can we can defer to the consultant, but we're about 2 weeks away from having to submit this thing. So, and every little change that we make has ripple effects across the entire document. So it's a monumental task. Just changing a couple numbers here creates other inconsistencies that then get pointed out by public, by people reviewing and other things. The things are missed. I guess the long and the short of it is, in order to bring other lots into the mix, and even a massive redistribution of units would likely require a bit more work by the consultant and us to miss that February 15th deadline.
I want to add also that the February 15th deadline is for a certified housing element, which we will not have anyway. It is merely a draft, so we're already not going to be meeting the deadline.
And if I recall, though, what Lori Tamora had told us before, we're one of 190 cities that aren't going to make the deadline. So we need to push, we need to get it done, but there's an issue there.
Yeah, and I also want to clarify about builder's remedy that my understanding is that it's if certain projects meet the certain affordability threshold, and I also believe if the lot is already zoned for multifamily, which we don't have.
Stop. Okay, so that's something we would have to take a look at. Well, obviously, we need to make some corrections to this document. We've seen a couple of the errors pointed out that needs to be handled. So at this point in time, I believe all we're going to do is return it back to the consultants to fix this, and then we're going to review it again. When does GPAC meet next?
Do we have the
done with
deck
comments?
that the consultants took us through today? Because it's not in the packet. We need the.
We do not, but it'll get posted tomorrow probably. Right. I'll get it to you.
And in regards to the next GPAC meeting, we weren't planning to meet for a couple months. We were going to try to initiate the the EIR and get that rolling. The longer we put that off, the longer this process is going to take. And the more upfront analysis that we do before we initiate that, the cost of this thing is increasing as we speak as well.
Okay, so the next meeting, we'll get their updated housing element for us to review for our next city council meeting, right? And then that's
yeah.
what'll be submitted?
Yeah, that's what we're working on right now, is to get as much comments and direction right now from the council, and incorporate that in addition to all the comments received from the public, and incorporate all that into the document and have that ready and submit to you for review and recommendation to submit to HCD. In addition to receiving direction to initiate the EIR, which is another big step that we're looking to initiate.
Right.
Once the EIR starts, once the EIR starts, we can't be making a whole lot of substantive changes, because then they can't analyze a moving target. That's
right.
You got to say, this is what we want you to analyze for environmental impacts.
Very good. So at this point in time, all we're going to do is accept what we have and give it back to the consultants to do the improvements to the plan that we've been discussing. Part of this is a concern about, of course, obviously, the two lots in Lot C, the C and D, I guess they're called, and how to handle that.
I do think that getting direction on that would be helpful. That is our primary ask, to help with how we move forward with the consultants on the reassigning of all the units, because they're going to already have to do it because we're removing Lot A or Site A.
Right.
It'd be helpful to get your guidance based off of public comment, your analysis of the housing element regarding what we should be doing with Lot C. So that way we can do that work with the consultants.
And Ryan just came back on the screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we going to suggest we do something different with the lots than has been recommended by the consultant? Or let them go forward? Because at this point, all it's going to do is, it says we do a rezoning. Doesn't mean anybody's going to get to build. And what Ms. Richmond has asked for is not part of it.
I might add, submitting to HCD does not automatically rezone this lot. It's, that happens far
happens in the
later on in the
future.
process. Basically, what this is it's a planning document to assume and say, hey, this is what we think we might help us meet our RENA numbers, and then therefore we're going to move forward and analyze it from an environmental standpoint.
So we're a year away from ever even thinking about actually doing the rezoning.
Exactly.
Okay.
When I've talked to members of
correct.
the public, I've explained it as a negotiation, right? We're going to submit our first draft to HCD, and they're going to come back with, we heard of one jurisdiction with 7 pages of comment. So we're going to have to make amendments to the document.
So that'll give us our chance then.
But we gotta submit in order to get the ball rolling on this thing, because right now we're holding the ball and it's not in play.
Gotcha. Did you want to say something, Ryan?
Yes, I was just going to say about the rezoning. The city will have 1 year from the adoption deadline to do that rezoning. So you have until February 15th of 2024.
If we choose to change that rezoning later?
Any rezoning that's proposed in the housing element, you'll have a year to do it. So
But we have
anything
to,
we propose in the housing element will come down the pipe in the next year.
okay, so we have no option to adjust or change our idea of how we want to zone that in that following year?
Yeah, so what we're doing in the housing element is making the proposal for what we're going to rezone, but ultimately that will come down to the actual rezoning. Sometimes one of those parcels is gone and you have to go find a different, especially for a big city.
Sure.
One of those parcels may be gone, and so you're actually rezoning a different parcel, and you have to go through that process again. You're not strictly conditioned to everything you say in the housing element, but those are your sites and those are what you're proposing to rezone.
Right.
So that's what HCD is working from. You can say, hey, this site is no longer viable, so we got this other site, HCD work, and you can work with them then at that time.
Excellent.
Can I throw one thing in, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
The state of California has been a one-party state for 35 years. There are about 483 or 485 cities in the state of California, from Amador City, which is the smallest, is 200 people, to Los Angeles is over 4 million people. The state of California doesn't care. It doesn't care about what Amador City does. They don't care about what LA does. They make the rules because we elect them, and then they tell us what to do. They don't care about culture. They don't care about traffic. They don't care about water. They put us in our place and tell us that we need to make housing because they're going to save the world. So we're between a rock and a hard place here.
Okay.
But we created that rock and a hard place because we keep putting these people in Sacramento that dictate to every single city in California, regardless of where your income comes from, regardless of where your bread is buttered, we're all the same to Sacramento. So that's a reality we need to deal with, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it because the state dictates what we can do. And I've been
Okay, so
fighting
at this-
that for years.
At this point in time, we need to move forward. Call this meeting to a conclusion. And I'm going to suggest that what Roger has said is what we need to follow up on. We need to finish off, get the consultants to make all the corrections to this document, and then we will submit it for review in 15 days, I guess it is. Is that acceptable to everybody here on the dais?
Just so I'm clear, guys, that is what the document says right now. We've already eliminated parts of the inventory for consideration. So we're just saying it is it's as the consultants have changed it, and that's what we'll proceed with.
As the consultants will change it, they do have to go back and remove Site A. because
exactly.
that
It's
cannot be
already-
considered.
it's already
So
struck.
there is going to be some reshuffling of numbers, and that's, again, that can be considered as if you want to just, in consideration of the site in question, the larger site, if we want to shift those numbers around, if you want to give us some feedback and say, okay, well, let's throw it all on the lot that's down at LSL. If you want to do that, it's within your power to have us consider that. But it's reasonable to kind of spread it out, and that's what our current direction, what I'm hearing is, we're just going to spread it along all the lots in basically in a balanced manner and call it good. I mean, it is, or we can shift that around as well. But I think it was 17 units is what we were talking about. They need to be spread throughout the other three sites is what we're looking at. But we can take a few from this one as well and put those on the other lots too. I mean, it's really, it's what we're seeking direction from you guys for right now.
Yeah, I still ask the question, is it possible to reconfigure that 5 acres?
It certainly is possible to do a lot line adjustment if the developer chooses to develop it in any way. He can do that. He can reparcelize it and create in as many parcels as he, not as many as he wants, but, with it, which is reasonably feasible. However, if we do, and I'll allow Lori to chime in on this because she's more the planning consultant, but if we have one lot that's zoned 20 acres per lot, and another that's 5, and then we do a lot line adjustment, creating a larger one that's zoned for 20, then that initiates likely a zone change and definitely some sort of environmental analysis to review the impacts of those additional lots.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It's a great idea.
Yeah, so
but
it would have to be done first and then rezone. I mean, but.
We'd have a year to do that.
We do. We do have a year to do it. However, the sooner we can do that and get that under the environmental process, because once we say this is what we're going to analyze.
Keep things moving, Josh could make that offer, to be really clear, right?
If he wants to do that, then that could be something we consider.
Ryan looked like he was going to say something, so.
You had another comment, Ryan?
About the lot line adjustment?
Oh, yeah. So one thing that we can do here is we can make our assumptions for that site. We can base them off what the city eventually wants to do with that site. So if the city thinks okay, we could actually get 40 units on those two parcels if they're together and we just move the lot line here. We need to make our assumptions equivalent to that. So our assumptions for Site C would be, 40 split between very low, low, and moderate, for instance. We can do that, and the city can work out the details of all that with the developer. You do have to figure it out in that first year, but we don't have to say exactly everything the city's going to do. We say, hey, we've got this much land. We think this much of it is developable, and here's the capacity we think we could get out of that acreage.
Can you include that in your proposal, then, your next draft?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's what we'd like to see. Thank you.
Yes. I think that's a great idea. All right. So we're all done. As a motion then, we are going to approve that this has been completed. They are going to take it back and change it. We're going to make propose how the Lot C will be a borderline, parcel lines will be changed. Parcel lots will be changed? Lot lines, plot lines, there we go. Can I have a second?
Second.
Vote, please. It's late, I'm getting tired.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4 reports out as the last item. Does anybody have anything to report on that? Nope. In that case?
No.
We are adjourned at 10:25.